call to order, please? Begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, preamble to the Missouri Constitution, and the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Preamble to the Constitution of the State of Missouri. We, the people of Missouri, with profound reverence for the supreme ruler of the universe, and grateful for his goodness, do establish this Constitution for the better government of the state. Invocation with Ted Martin.
Good evening. Please join me in prayer. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for another beautiful day in the Ozarks. Father, we invite you in these chambers tonight as we do the work of the city, but we ask that all the work that we do on behalf of the 200 plus employees, our board and our mayor, that is glorifying and honoring to you. Father, thank you for the many blessings. Thank you for your love for our Branson community and for those we serve. In Jesus' name, amen.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
King.
Here.
Whitus.
Here.
Simmons.
Here.
Akers.
Here.
Gaines.
Here.
Milton.
Here.
C.
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay.
So hopefully,
Okay.
once all this stuff's done, we can get to the business.
Tonight we're ready to start the public comment. Before we start, the requirement for City Hall and for the city of Branson, when we can't social distance properly, interior, is to wear a mask, wear a face covering. And we encourage you all to wear face coverings. During the course of the meeting, if you find that the covering is kind of slipped down, put it back up over your nose and your mouth. And ma'am, back here I see that you don't have a face covering on. Provide I'm going to ask for a recess while we ask the lady either wear a mask or leave. Short recess. meeting we're trying to hold, and I'm in charge of decorum. I will not allow any loud comments. I will ask you to leave if you're going to get involved that way. So please pay attention, and we'll try to run through this meeting as quickly as we can and do it in proper order. Yeah. So. Ready to call the meeting back to order. Going through the guidelines for the public comment section. In order to give everyone a chance to speak tonight, I would like to ask if anyone is speaking on an item that you keep your comments succinct and to the topic, as short as possible. You will be allowed to only speak once on an item, and please do not repeat what has already been said by another person. Once public comment as discussion is ended on an item, the board starts their discussion. No additional comments will be taken from the audience. However, a board member can ask and call someone back up to the podium. We ask you to please follow the 5-minute guideline for this section of the public comments. You need to come to the podium. Remember, state your name and your address. And for the purposes of this meeting, it's city taxpayers and residents. City taxpayers and residents. All right. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone who wants to speak on the public?
Yes, Your Honor. Our first speaker is Doug Clark.
Do we have the wipes for the microphones?
There's a spray. I don't know where the wipes are.
We have that taken care of.
Got them. All right. Thank you. You're going to help us, aren't you? Thank you.
Okay. I would suggest here from what we just saw is that if we want to see where this goes from here, take a look at Australia and New Zealand, see what the mask ordinance and the ordinance that goes with us over there has done to the citizenry of that
I don't
country.
think you gave us your address. Did you?
121A, St. Andrews, Branson.
Thank you, Doug. And if you can, the microphone's a ways from you. Yeah, there you go.
But anyway, we take a innocuous, a rule and an order to supposedly save people from a disease that may or may not be as dangerous as everybody portrays it to be. And they have taken it to the point where they're arresting people. They went into people's houses and drugged people out for not wearing a mask and not complying with a ordinance. And, that's about all I'll say, but I would just say that anybody wants to see where this goes, take a look at Australia, what's going on there right now, and it will make you just really be upset to see where this can go from here. But anyway, my main thing tonight is that the counting methods that they're doing on this disease is about as fraudulent as you can get. And we're basing everything we're doing on the CDC's counts, the tracing and tracking people, and the people that portrayed this on us. The CDC just admitted on the 27th that their counts are skewed by, they have 79 million tests, 6 million positive, give or take a few. 9% of the 79 million are what is testing positive. It doesn't mean that they're sick. They may be asymptomatic. Now, what the rules were about 30 or 40 days ago is that they came up with a third edict on how they presume to figure out who has this disease in the tracing and tracking methodology. And they were counting 15 more people, regardless of whether they tested them or not, in the purview of the person where they circulate and who they think they might have come in contact with, and they have allowed them to bump up that 15 times in their counts. You can go in Collin County, Texas on, I think it's either the 24th, and look at their city meeting where the health department is showing them the PowerPoint on how they're supposed to be counting them. That's exactly what they're doing. So if you take that little number there times 15, you come up with 103 million positive cases. And I would bet if you added everything up in every county that they're coming up with now, the people that are dying from everything from ingrown toenails, and they're labeling it COVID, that we're being had here. And we're going to make ourselves here the victims of a police state if this continues to go on, because the problem is going to be people are going to reject this sooner or later. They're going to reject it outright. And I circulate around town in my life, and I've got a doctor that I go to. She's not going to take the vaccine when it comes out, and she works for Cox. She's got enough brains in her head in the system to know that it's more risky to take that than to actually get this particular disease that they're trying to protect you from. And, you know, in Collin County, Texas is a pretty good example. There's a judge there that's calling the state now on inflating the counts. Name's Chris Hill. Look that up in the county government website there and see what they're arguing about in Collin County, Texas. And Texas is the one that has the biggest numbers right now. And guess what? It's from this fictitious counting system that they put in place down there. So the main states that all this has come about on is whether it's Republican or Democrat, it doesn't matter. Those are the states that if they go along with the CDC and the NIH and the World Health Organization suggestions, this is the end result of this. So I'm just almost beside myself. This was a little too much for me tonight to witness this, and I just, it's really kind of sickening in a way. If you want to go further with if you want to see the transition from the first time they were telling people how to count this disease, they started out on 3-3 with the National Vital Statistics, and they were telling doctors to label everything that was coming out of the morgue with COVID, regardless of what they were sick with. That was what they allowed them to do. On 3/24, they came back again with another mortality rate on what they were supposed to do. April 6th is when the CDC and everybody came out with the advice on the mask. It was advice.
You're down to 15 seconds, Doug.
Started out with the World Health Organization, came down through the NIH, came through all the health departments, clear down here to Branson to our health department. And the people that are getting all the money from this,
Doug,
you know, I'm not getting any money. The people that are working here aren't getting any money from this, but the people that are portraying this on us
Doug,
are getting money poured on them by the bushel basketful.
Please, please, there doesn't have to be a comment or a here. We're here to listen, all right? Thank you for doing that. Another speaker?
Brian Seitz, please.
You left this all wet, but that's okay. All right. My name is Brian Seitz, and I live at 1805 Miller Drive in Branson, and I am the Republican candidate for the 156th District State Representative. I want to begin by saying that I do find the removal of citizens who are causing no issues to be extremely disturbing. I attended the Hollister City Council shortly after attending this meeting last Thursday, the study session, and I found here a lot of animosity, a lot of anger, a lot of frustration from both sides of the issue, including the Board of Aldermen. I went to Hollister, and there was shaking hands and hugging and no masks, and people were living like human beings. I would like to see that again happen here, and I'd rather not see our great police force, because they've done a marvelous job, have to escort people from the building because they have a medical issue that does not allow them to wear a mask. So I would just appreciate some thought about that. I want to quickly point out that contrary to the opinion of some on the board, I'm not here as part of a political grandstand. I'm here because as a 30-plus year citizen of this city, I've recently watched you, its elected leaders, use your power to restrict the freedom of movement of its citizens and even their ability to show their faces, and I find that very, very disgusting. You have failed this city. Once more, you have the opportunity to allow an ineffective, overreaching government mandate to expire without renewal or alteration. Now is the time to do so. It's time to do the right thing. Give the power back to the individual citizens and businesses to determine their own response to the COVID-19 issue. Thursday, the TCHD noted a recent downturn in cases. Alderman Milton then accurately noted that the tourist area of Lake of the Ozarks had almost identical numbers with no mask mandate, and they are thriving economically. In fact, areas that have no mask mandate often have the same or better numbers than those with forced compliance. In Branson, forced business closures, stay-at-home orders, and the mask mandate have crippled our spring and summer, as we have seen in the second quarter financial update. Conversely, Free Hollister continues to see healthy economic growth and increased revenues. While the virus is real, the response, including media fear-mongering and threats of fines and license removals, is a political tactic meant to control behavior. As we heard from hospital representatives during the July meeting, it's about behavior modification of a free people. You are playing politics with people's lives. Fear has driven this board to extremes, and those extreme reactions have caused irreparable harm to many of the great businesses in the city. Some of the representatives and business owners are here tonight. We, the people, can make our own decision about whether or not to wear a mask. We don't need our government overlords to tell us what's good for us. It's been said by some of you that your job is to secure our health and safety. Let me state for the record, that is not your job. Your job is to secure economic and social liberty, including the liberty to keep our faces uncovered. The time is now to end all mandates, initiate a policy of freedom over fear, and do what you should do as a small local government. Guarantee us the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness without government intervention. Leave our homes, businesses, and faces alone. We know what's best to do with the life that God has given us. No more mask mandates. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker, please?
Marshall Howden.
Hello. Marshall Howden, 106 Rose O'Neill. So, I was truly excited to be able to sit in these chambers 12 days ago and hear the results of the study presented by Sound Diplomacy on the overall health and direction of our live music show industry. It's been a long time coming, meaning the study itself, but also the culmination of many of these discussions about our shows in general. But patience is a virtue. And I'm returning this evening as part of a group calling for a music and theater commission to be established at City Hall per the direction that we heard from the Chamber of Commerce Commission study. On August 27th, when we heard that report, they alluded to a number of steps forward to ensure the industry's success into the future. Among them, addressing the taxation on ticket resellers issue, diversifying our entertainment offerings, and most importantly, uniting as an industry with common goals. For those of you who were able to attend this meeting, I was able to rise and ask a question of the presenter from Sound Diplomacy about the feasibility and necessity of such a commission, and he answered it with strong familiarity. We do have some new members on our board and some veterans as well, but there are those that will recall that the Music and Theater Commission proposal is not even my idea, but instead something that music cities have in every part of this country. Austin, Seattle, New York, and Nashville, to name a few. And Sound Diplomacy has worked with so many of these. That's why he spoke with full understanding of what I was referring to. So, why do we need it? Number one, because we have to implement any new improvements we see with a unity of vision. Right now, there are multiple theater groups that meet, including the Chamber Task Force and the Theater League, but there are also splinter groups, and the only way to unite the industry around one goal of improving and sustaining the Branson music tradition is a commission formed at City Hall. Number 2, there has to be a plan and timetable. What we currently have are independent forces moving towards admirable goals, but there's never that next step. Last year, we had entertainers meeting with the governor and state rep about the taxation on ticket resellers issue. We have these theater groups discussing the formation of a co-op for purchasing power in the industry, and of course, the Chamber's task force overseeing this study. What a commission could do is bring all the efforts together with simply independent advisory meetings and 4 quarterly addresses to this council every year. Now, I know that Mr. Shane Shapiro said that we need a salaried individual to oversee such a commission, and that might be a holdup as we are in tough financial times. But I'm here to tell the board that as I have now given 8 speeches and a study session report to this body, submitted drafted bylaws into the record, and advocated for the formation of this commission as I volunteer on Branson's Planning and Zoning Commission, that I would as well volunteer as a secretary parliamentarian for the Music and Theater Board. Let's not be discouraged by something that calls for service to our city. Finally, tonight, I wanted to give our city clerk a document to distribute of a transcript of the original proposal I gave in April of 2019 at the inauguration here. And furthermore, I ask that while all videos of the speeches I've given on this proposal are online, the study session that I was granted by this board is very good to listen to for the healthy question and answer portion we had. Please consider the adoption of an advisory music and theater commission with membership approved by the Board of Aldermen to be established at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have another speaker?
Glenn Green.
Let her wipe it off, Lynn, if you would, please. Yeah, thank you.
Your Honor, my name is Glenn Green. I'm an attorney from Springfield representing Ozark Plaza Development, LLC, and I would ask that the board remove Bill number 5852 from the consent agenda to allow opportunity to speak on behalf of my client relating to the application for rezoning on that bill.
We're not to that point yet. We have that coming up in it. Do you have something else you want to share with us?
Your Honor, I just wanted to have a chance to comment on that, and I didn't want to have that waived by not bringing that to the board's attention at this time.
And that was
5852, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right. Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, our next speaker is Ruth Denham, and I believe may be in the courtroom.
Okay. Will it show on our screen here?
On?
Please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. My name is Ruth Denham. I live on Bramble Lane in Branson, Missouri, and I am speaking to you from the punishment room. I have concerns regarding the process for zoning for property known as Fountains on Fall Creek, LLC, Dan Ruda. 3 properties were presented to the Board of Aldermen for zoning, first reading and public hearing on July 28, 2020, and a final reading on August 11, 2020. 2 of the properties went through the proper and required process, which is to be presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission for a public hearing, and then to the Board of Aldermen for public hearing and final reading. Fountains on Fall Creek, LLC, Dan Ruda did not go through the same process. Annexation fees were paid, however, the $636 zoning fee was not paid, as the other two did. The other two paid $988 each for their applications. Due to the request for fee waivers, it's my understanding that each department in the city that would be included in the permitting process has been asked to provide the cost to our city administrator for what the permit fees would be for fountains at Fall Creek, Dan Ruda. The building permits alone, just from the Planning and Development Department, the building permits alone are $50,000. I'm making a sunshine request tomorrow for each department, what their fees would be, so that we could see what fees are going to be waived for this one project. I believe all projects should be treated the same. All citizens should be treated the same. There's ordinances in place so that we can have fair treatment straight across the board. With the financials that, the financial report that the city just had, that Branson Daily News put out, the building permit fees were down, so adding another $50,000, not to anyone else, nobody else is going to have these fees waived, but we want to be able to have you be fair and transparent. The word transparent means you can see through, so that would be letting us all know exactly how much money we are giving away while we're going through this very, very trying time where we should all be masked up and stuck in our homes, while money is being given away to different companies. For what reason? Well, that's what we would like to know. Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk?
That's all of our speakers this evening.
Alrighty, thank you. Obviously, it's a different situation with us being able to try to have folks that need to be separated and have distance, and then trying to keep distances between folks in here. It's an interesting, trying time.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
For transparency, would you mind explaining what took place with Ruth, why she is not in the room, just so we all know?
You probably saw exactly what I saw, Larry. I couldn't hear what she was saying.
Well, I did see it. I guess I was questioning with the 6-foot social distancing. You were the one that asked her to be removed, and I'm thinking everybody would want to know the answer to that.
I'm not sure I'm following you. She was asked to move before anyone ever moved away from her.
Mayor,
Okay.
Yes.
over here. I just want to call it, I was just informed that a gentleman in the green shirt wanted to make a public statement. I just wanted to let you know. No?
Is he not signed up? I'm sorry.
Perhaps it's for the mask, and you don't have to sign up for agenda items, so just to clarify, that will come up later. Yes, later.
Thank you.
But Larry, I don't know what you're getting to, but the point is that she was asked to leave, and she did not want to, and then we asked her to leave again, and finally she left.
Okay, but what I heard her say was she said she had a medical reason in her purse, and she was socially distanced. I'm not arguing with you. I just want to have an explanation so everybody understands what took place.
That isn't how it started, Larry. That was later. Folks got up and moved away from her. So I don't know what you're trying to point out. If it's something that you're wanting to point out, I don't know.
Okay, there just seemed to be, I don't know if everybody in this room and everybody watching online knew what took place. And I know that we want full transparency. So I guess the direct question would be, we're not allowing people to come to this meeting without a mask, a face covering, if they have a medical condition and they're 6 feet social distance, they're not allowed in these meetings.
I didn't see any verification of a medical condition. I didn't see anything, did you?
Okay. Maybe we could have asked to see it. She said she had it in her report. I just want everybody to know what the rules are when they
Mr.
come.
Mayor, can I speak?
You're mixing two things up.
Mr. Mayor, let me make two observations that'll help lend some clarity to Alderman Milton. Number one, on the agenda, at the top of the agenda, we've put notice out to the public in context with this meeting. That note says, in part, for those that wish to attend the board meeting in person, face coverings are required in the city council chambers, and the occupant load of the council chambers and viewing areas will be limited. Additionally, oral communications to the board and comment and discussion on agenda items may be limited by the presiding officer of the meeting. So we have a situation where notice was put out that if the public wants to sit specifically in this council chamber, they have to wear a face covering. If they cannot or choose not to, or whatever the reason may be, the City of Branson has set up an ante room. That's the municipal courtroom. That's where you see Ms. Denham speaking from, and they can attend the meeting from that point. So that's what you're observing today.
And we follow the proper procedure.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm sorry, sir, you can't, we've got a particular order of business. And you didn't sign up to speak, and I'm sorry. We just have to have some kind of system. All right, at this point in time, are we ready to go to the consent agenda? Are there any items, and we have had an audience member ask for an item to be brought down, item number 3 on bill number 5852. Are there any other items or additional items that anyone in the audience wishes to be brought down? Are there any items the aldermen wish to be brought down? Yep. Well, that's not in the consent agenda, it's in the regular agenda. So you'll have your opportunity. Yeah. Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, would you please read the consent agenda as amended by pulling down bill number 5852?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes of the August 20th, 2020 study session, August 25th, 2020 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of minutes of the Budget and Finance and Capital Improvement Committee joint meeting of July 30th, 2020. Final reading of bill number 5853, an ordinance approving the addendum to the contract with Enterprise Fleet Management pertaining to commercial automobile liability insurance for medium and heavy-duty vehicles, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of bill number 5854, an ordinance amending the adopted 2020 budget for the city of Branson to adjust monies for the Water Sewer Internal Service Fund. Final reading of bill number 5855, an ordinance accepting a proposal of Simcoe Industrial LLC to repair and seal the interior of the Cliff Drive Water Treatment Facility clear wells, and authorize the mayor to execute the contract. Your Honor, that concludes reading the consent agenda.
Thank you. The floor is open for a motion approving all items on the consent agenda as amended.
So move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote on the consent agenda as amended. Yes, 6 present, passed. Julia King, yes. Billy Milton, yes. Jamie Whitish, yes. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. Bob Simmons, yes. Passed. We're ready then to move on to the regular agenda. The first item, the item number 3 that was pulled down from the consent agenda.
Your Honor, this is the final reading of bill number 5852, an ordinance approving a zoning change from community commercial CC to high-density residential HDR for the property located at 340 Gretna Road, Branson, Missouri.
Sir, we have a staff report.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Begin with a staff report from Chad Foster.
It'll be
No, excuse me.
Joel.
From Joel Warnickel.
Chad, you can get up there and do it if you want to.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. I'm simply here to facilitate if there's any questions that I can provide in addition to the staff report we gave during the first reading.
Okay, thank you. Now, is there anyone in the, we have to have a motion and a second. All right, first, do I have a motion on the first reading of Bill 5856? No.
Final reading.
Final reading on Bill number 5852.
So move, Your Honor.
Second.
Is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Now discussion time. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this matter?
There you
So,
are.
Yes, Your Honor,
we'll
thank
get
you.
there.
As I mentioned, my name is Glenn Green. I'm an attorney in Springfield. I represent Ozark Plaza Development LLC, which owns approximately 18 and a half acres on Francis Road near Gretna, which adjoins the property that is subject to this application. I know in most situations it's easy to approve a zoning request when it doesn't appear there's really any opposition to it. The fact is there is opposition to this application. I had sent a letter on behalf of my client to the Planning and Zoning Department on August 11th. It was a 5-page letter setting out the reasons for that opposition, and it does not appear that that made it to the Board of Aldermen, and so I wanted a chance to speak on behalf of my client to state the reasons for opposing it. The change of the zoning request that's been made is to change the property from community commercial to high-density residential. This is not a planned development request. I know that they've talked about that these are going to be tiny homes for affordable housing, which is a great objective. But the fact of the matter is changing the zoning to high-density residential would allow the property to be sold and subsequently have a mobile home park put in. It's not restricted to the number of units that are going to be put in there. It's whatever the zoning allows. So it's not a planned development that's going to be restricted by what the current applicant says the intended use of the property is. The preferred land use plan adopted by the city of Branson designates this property and the property around it as being a core entertainment district. And the core entertainment district is defined as being one of the activity centers in the future 2030 vision of Branson. That's the primary transportation corridor connecting the core of the downtown to the larger community west of Highway 65. It goes on to say that it encompasses entertainment, including theaters, museums, go-kart racing, etc., lodging accommodations, and retail uses. The district will be revitalized over time through redevelopment, building rehabilitation, and infill development. The entertainment district will be a priority for public investment in an opportunity to revitalize and encourage new investment in the area. New buildings will be high quality and distinctive to add to the visual interest and complement existing development. That clearly is not what this application is seeking to do. Now, the staff report justifies the deviation from the core entertainment district designation due to supposedly having medium-density residential property that's in the area to the east. But our property that's owned by my client is the property that is directly to the east. And they also own the property that's to the east of that across Francis Road. And those properties are still part of the core entertainment district and are not residential at all. So where the nearness of the property is that's supposedly justifying this deviation is not specified in the staff report, but I don't think it has been justified to show that the property should be rezoned. The staff also indicates in their report that it's justified to approve or support this change in zoning by claiming that high-density residential use will not have a negative effect on the surrounding commercial and entertainment uses. But my client, who owns 18 and a half acres directly adjacent to this property, strongly disagrees with that assertion. They do believe it will have a negative effect, and there's already been a neighboring property owner that says that they intended to develop their neighboring property and are not going to do so if this property is approved for rezoning, and that's the campground owner that's to the north at Gretna Road. As the board is certainly aware, when a city adopts a comprehensive plan, the zoning classifications of property should be observed unless the applicant can demonstrate special circumstances. And that is that they are consistent with the comprehensive plan, that there is a need for the zoning change, it's consistent with surrounding uses, and consistent with orderly development of public services. Elevate Branson's application is not even close to the community commercial zoning that surrounds that piece of property, which contemplates big box retail, shopping malls, etc. The staff report notes that all of the surrounding property is a community commercial district. And thus what's happening is we have a request before this board for spot zoning. And Missouri law is very clear that spot zoning is only valid when it is in harmony with the comprehensive plan and bears a substantial relationship to the general welfare. And that's the Treme versus St. Louis County case that was adopted several years ago. The Branson Community Plan states the preferred land use plan will be used as a guide during the review of development requests, and the community plan designated zoning where each use would be best suited physically in the city. My clients, like other developers, rely upon that zoning and that plan to protect their investment. They have a lot of money that's put into these properties, and they are expecting the board to help protect their investment by honoring the plan that they have designated for future development of those properties. In our opinion, the staff ignored the immediately surrounding uses and claims that expansion of residential uses in this area is needed. This is despite the fact that the land use plan designated this parcel as core entertainment district land. Nowhere in the Community Plan 2030 does it designate this area for high-density residential. Spot zoning should not be used by this board or this city to modify or abandon its community plan. If it needs to amend its community plan, that should be done through proper procedures and public hearings so that the community plan can be adjusted. But that has not been what's taken place. A spot zoning request is being used to deviate from the community plan, and that's an improper use of zoning. Also, this spot rezoning to high-density residential is inconsistent with the city's action plan, which states in Action 1.2.3 that affordable housing should be dispersed in the residential areas of the city rather than clustering them in one location. That is not what would occur with this spot zoning. It would be segregating this affordable housing unit into an area that's a commercial entertainment district. It would not be integrating affordable housing into the rest of the community, which is what this city has adopted as its community action plan to help normalize affordable housing with the rest of the community. We believe that the city should stand firm on following their own policies that have been set forth in the community action plan, and that if there's changes to be made in the plan, that be done through proper procedures and not through this spot zoning request. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any aldermen have any questions?
I just have a couple, and thank you for your presentation, okay? Somebody who's been around here a lifetime, I've seen no development on that property yet, and the only time that we hear that there's going to be is when somebody says they want to do something there. That's the first I've heard of it, and since I've been back up here since '93 and started in '74, heard absolutely nothing. It's a wooded lot. It's quite steep in places back on the back side, but my first question would be, why are we only hearing about a development now that somebody else wants to do something? I'm not totally against your argument, and I understand your argument. But well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I'm not saying that there is a particular development plan that is in place, but the plan is either to develop it or sell it to another developer based on what the community plan says the allowed uses are. And whether we personally develop it or my client finds another developer that wants to spend the money on it, if we don't have the protection of the zoning that's been put in place by the 2030 plan, it allows the investment that has been made in that property to deteriorate. And I don't think that any community wants to discourage investment and developers in their community by not protecting the property for the designated uses that have been established by that community. That discourages people like my clients from investing in that property and either seeking to develop it themselves or finding another developer to come in. It's very difficult to do that if you can't assure these developers that if they come in and invest their time and capital in improving the community, that they won't have these types of things occur through spot zoning that will reduce the value of their potential investment.
And I do appreciate that, and thank you for that. I just
Thank you
wanted-
for the question.
Sure, just to state that I've walked the property and it's like this.
There are some steep areas, there's no question.
And my expertise in dealing with Branson, not too many people want to build on the side of a hill or in a ditch. That's my point, but I do
Yes.
appreciate your.
And it depends on the use. There are some alternative uses that have been talked about.
Yeah.
There's entertainment uses that potentially could be used. The zip lines have been something that have been particularly popular, and something that could be potentially used for the property in that area. So there's a lot of different alternatives that are being looked at. Obviously, there are some uniqueness factors to that property that do make it more difficult and expensive to develop. And that's another reason to protect what the allowed uses of the land are, because if you devalue the property such that you cannot spend the money that would be needed to get a valuable use out of that property, then it becomes property that's not worth anything, and nobody wants to put money into it because of the surrounding uses that have been allowed to incur themselves into that area. And so that's one of the things that we have particular concern about, is if it's not attractive to other developers, like the people that have the campground and have another use that they want to do, they don't want to spend the money if that new use comes in through the spot zoning. Those discourage us from ever seeing that land become something that is of value to the community.
Thank you for your point.
Thank you for your question.
And a chance to give me an opportunity. What we are hearing, however, on an ongoing basis, is that we think that affordable housing is something that needs to be done, but not next to me. So I just wanted to make that clear, and I do really appreciate what you said and going into depth and explaining that very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's why I tried to make the point of integrating it into the residential community, which is consistent with the action plan.
Thank you.
Are we ready for the next speaker, or any other questions?
I have a question for Joel, but I can wait until the next speaker's done.
Okay, Joel?
Yep. Joel, just so I'm clear, if the rezoning were not approved, Elevate Branson could still move forward with their plans of assisting low-income Branson residents in that area, but the type of housing they are in is what the rezoning is going to impact.
That's exactly correct. The type and the density is what the change is necessary for.
So by saying no to the rezoning, it's not saying no to the plans of what Elevate Branson wants to do with these individuals in housing.
I'm sorry.
I think the perception is if we do not approve the rezoning, then this project won't happen. But it sounds like the project could still happen. It just may be a different type of facility as opposed to the tiny homes that I've looked at in the blueprints.
Yes, that's correct. Sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Milton?
Question for Joel. Glenn, I really appreciate you coming and speaking, and I have to agree with a lot of what you just said. I know when this went through the planning and zoning, this area is indeed in our commercial zoning.
Correct.
However, Elevate Branson is already there, right? It's an existing facility on the existing parcel, which does not conform with the overall plan.
The use that they are currently operating on their existing parcel is an allowed use on that particular piece of property.
Okay, but it doesn't conform with the overall that we want all this area to be amusement and theater and high-end residential, high-end commercial.
It does. I mean, again, it's a type of use that would be allowed in the entertainment district. This property happens to be zoned community commercial today, and it's also allowed use in that district.
Okay, because I know when I was looking at this initially, an area that influenced me was the fact that they're asking to put this product that's under discussion next to their existing facility.
Correct.
I thought made sense, and I appreciate Glenn's arguments, and I know 10,000 feet, that makes sense. I just think that looking at it as at a street view, that I could see this use on this property, but I don't want to go anywhere near the legal aspects of it. Do you have any responses to what Glenn presented?
Well, I took a couple of notes, I guess, just to hit some of the highlights. First, his letter was presented to you all within our staff report as attachment 3. That was posted for the August 25th agenda, so some 5 to 7 days before that date even. So it's also included in the final reading agenda. So the letter was definitely received, provided for you all and the community to read. Another point that I wanted to make was that he mentioned mobile homes would be allowed on this property. It would take the applicant or a future applicant to go to the Planning Commission with a special use permit request for a mobile home park on this particular property if it were zoned high-density residential. Another point I wanted to hit on is that high-density residential was not included in the Community Plan 2030. The plan only included low-density residential and medium-density residential. High-density residential was something that we provided as another transitional zoning between residential and commercial during our rezoning process. So it doesn't appear in the plan. And similarly, we called the core entertainment area versus entertainment, and it's a much wider swath. There was a concerted effort during the Community Plan 2030 what's I going to say here? To call it a preferred land use plan, not a future land use plan. Many comprehensive plans done by communities, they use a future land use plan. Again, we made it a preferred land use plan because not as much time was dedicated to that effort during that part of the process. At that time, the planning director did not feel that that was the way to spend our time as a community. We had to get back out and look at a bigger picture than starting to look at where certain uses needed to lie. We look forward to doing that more in depth with our update in the future. But there is, within that preferred land use plan, residential within 800 linear feet of this property, and that is the comment we made to that it's in close proximity, and again, trying to provide that transitional zoning between residential and our commercial areas.
One last question. Is there anything in this approval process that addresses Glenn's question about the current use that's been approved? If it's zoned high density, next owner could come along and build a high rise. Is there anything specific that limits this property to this use?
That's the comment we always make to the Planning Commission as well as to you all, is to not get so set on a plan when reviewing zoning requests, because yes, the zoning allows for much more sometimes than what people just show. So again, we try and remind both the Planning Commission and you all that you have to look at the zoning and what is all allowed underneath that, because nothing in what you all are considering tonight sets the applicant to that plan that he's provided to you previously.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for the attorney?
Well, it's just one for Joel, because you hit on something that piqued my interest. Hypothetical. Somebody could come by in the future and offer them $6-7 million for that piece of property, buy it out, tear it all out, and put a high-rise hotel there. Nothing restricts that within the current codes or in any type of activity, as of, i.e., example, the people who have the property right next to them could say, I want to buy you out, and we want to do this, but nothing would prohibit them from doing that.
I mean, they'd have to obviously go through the normal building permit processes, and to put a high-rise hotel, that would not be allowed in the high-density residential district. So it would have to go through a rezoning process back to community commercial or possibly even the entertainment district.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. The next speaker is now available. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Joshua Pope. I live on Nyhart. I wasn't even intending on speaking on this, but I got a little angry. So, I find it absurd that we would rather keep a commercial district than rezone this to residential and potentially house people in Branson that are currently struggling to afford affordable living conditions or nice living conditions. That is extremely insulting to me. I've worked in this town. I've worked with many, many people at Rib Crib that lived in extended stay hotels that were not very nice. They were struggling with their kids to survive, and that was the best option they had. It dumbfounds me that somebody would be willing to not allow them to do such a thing on their own property, right next to their own facility, because Elevate does great things. I've watched them deliver stuff to people in extended stay hotels every week. They do great things, and it just dumbfounds me that somebody would feel that something like a zip line would be more suitable for our people than having affordable housing for people that are struggling in our town. Because as we all know, affordable housing is not very common in Branson. It's hard to build here. There's lots of hills, there's lots of cliffs, there's lots of rock, it's hard to build here. Affordable housing is not very common, and what is common is not very nice, like some of these shanty extended stay hotels. And I just feel that it's insulting to put the prospect of potential profits for something that we already have quite a lot of entertainment for over the people that live in our town. And with that, I would just like to leave it.
Thank you.
Board, Brian Stallings, 137B Lake Hills Drive, and I'm the applicant. I just wanted to take a second to address Ms. King's question about whether the project could go on. So currently it's zoned for community commercial, which means we could put multifamily in there. We recognize that there's a huge need to get people out of these dilapidated motels. That's why we wanted to bring a housing project that was unique, so that they would have 4 walls, that they would be outside of a congregated system like a motel. And so to develop affordable housing takes public and private partnerships. It just does. It's too expensive to build here without having partnerships. So most of our funding for this project is based on tiny house. It reduces it to a number of 48, so far less than having multifamily in there. Also, with the combined businesses in there to provide people a dignified income so that they can work, it's also really kind of meeting a commercial need at the same time. So it's kind of doing both things there, but I think the biggest thing is the dignity and value of having a home versus living in an apartment or a motel. And so that's I just wanted to answer that, as far as it would be much more challenging for the project to move forward just because of the limited resources that are available to us as a nonprofit. In answering your question, Alderman Gaines, if somebody came along with $7 million to offer us for that property, as a nonprofit, we would have to dissolve a nonprofit if we were to sell our assets off. So it's not like we could take that $7 million and then just change what we wanted to do. So I hope that helps answer that question.
Thank you.
Yes, if possible, sir. If anybody else, did you have a question?
No.
It has been circulated that you were going to put 128 small homes there and a series of mobile homes. I'd like for you to be able to address the rumors versus what you actually have in fact, because that's what we're trying to get to the
Sure.
How many houses, and have you any intention of putting mobile homes on the property?
No, so these will be permanently built structures. They will be anchored down. I mean, they're there forever once we put them in. The number of houses is based on planning and zoning, so I've been working with Joel, and we can get 48 in there. Part of our public-private partnership for that funding, kind of the sweet spot for those grants or those foundations to help us is 24. So we're hoping to do 24 units in one phase, 24 units in the second phase. So that's how we get to 48.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any alderman? Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
All right. Ma'am, are you wanting to speak to this issue? Yeah, are you? I'm sorry?
Yes.
You wanting to speak to this issue? Okay.
Please, ma'am. Well, I live in what is called affordable housing.
Yeah, I need your name and address, please.
Okay, Connie Carpenter, 151 McKinley Court. I live in an apartment complex called affordable housing.
Okay.
It'd be really nice to move out of there because it's like supposedly considered the highest crime rate. You call sheriff's department, they know all about us. I'd love to move outside of there, but there's not affordable housing to go to. Like a tiny home, I'd absolutely love that, but there's not that option. Not in the price range that I can afford on what I can make here in the county. So I completely support what they're trying to do. I know that probably doesn't mean anything to any of you, but
Thank you,
I mean, it's just not out there. The next affordable is like $100 a month for a 2-bedroom, and I'm fortunate enough to get a 3-bedroom, and it's an apartment. And we have a lot of real sketchy people that live there. So, I mean, if they could have the privilege of doing this, I think that would greatly support the community. I've been a personal care assistant, so I know how it is to go in and help people that unfortunately have to live in a hotel. It is not a good situation. None whatsoever. They deal with bed bugs. They're not living. They're really not. In the personal care, yeah, it's not healthy on their, just their health, their mental state, it's not good for them. So if we had some kind of, just something other than the hotels and the small options that we have, that would be, I mean, that would benefit our community greatly. Because as you know, a lot of our hotels have been shut down, probably for good reason, but where do they go? They really don't have anywhere to go. They're stuck. And apparently that's why they live under bridges. And we have all that other situation. So yeah, I think this would be a great step forward for our community.
Connie, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for stepping forward. All right. All right. Are you all ready to vote? Please vote. The vote is yes, 6 present. Julia King, yes. Larry Milton, yes. Jimmy Whitish, yes. Jim C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. And Bob Simmons, yes. Passes. Ready to move on to item number 7 on the regular agenda.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 5856, an ordinance approving an amendment to the contract with CDW Government LLC pertaining to the purchase of computer hardware and software, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Okay. Begin with a staff report from Chad Foster.
Thank you, Mayor.
He's up here. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This contract is with CDWG, or CDW Government. It enables the city to purchase a variety of necessary technology items. Just as a reminder, the IT department centralizes the purchase of technology items for all city departments to ensure that the purchase is properly vetted, inventoried, and to make sure we're using our funds as efficiently as possible. The original contract was for a total not to exceed amount of $120,000. And what you have before you this evening is a contract modification that increases the total not to exceed amount by $50,000. I would point out, I made a typo in the staff report. I apologize for that. I said 40,000 in the staff report. This is actually 50,000. However, the not to exceed amount is accurate. This increase is necessary due to the unplanned procurement of laptops, mobile devices, and secondary authentication licensing as a result of the city's response to COVID-19. I'd also like to share that the city is seeking reimbursement for the funds expended for those COVID-19 related expenses via the CARES Act. This agreement modification allows staff to procure necessary annual network hardware support and maintenance for critical network infrastructure equipment. This amendment keeps the original contract term set to expire at the end of the year on December 31st of 2020. The total not to exceed amount is $170,000. However, there is no minimum purchase amount required. Funds are included in the approved 2020 budget appropriations. Staff recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
You've heard the first reading of Bill number 5856. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Motion's been made. Second?
Second.
Second been made. Is there anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak to this matter? Is there anyone in the courtroom office wishing to speak to this matter?
No, sir, we have no one.
Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think my fellow alderman down here would like to speak.
I would, thank you. Chad, one question. Am I understanding that if COVID-19 had not happened, we would not need an additional 50,000?
That's accurate, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other alderman?
That was part of my question. I was going to ask, this is consistent with CARES Act reimbursement terms and conditions? I guess the word is eligible.
Well, I think I can't speak to what's eligible on the CARES Act. I think our finance director or attorney might be able to speak to that more appropriately than I.
Alderman
He looks
Skanes.
ready.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely. The Treasury Department for the federal government released, I think it was roughly a 7-page document showing what would be considered qualified expenses under the CARES Act for reimbursement. Any tools or devices or software necessary for telecommuting, since a lot of the shelter in place, the quarantining that's required as a result of this, those are all eligible expenses. Now, the fact that they're eligible, one caveat to the board, doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to be reimbursed. There's still a finite pot of money out there that we've made an application to, and Finance Director Roush can probably speak better to that process thus far, but these expenditures that Director Foster is contemplating, they are eligible.
Okay.
Where would these computers and the like be housed, or what section of the city would get them?
To clarify, we had to move quickly with COVID-19, and we had primarily desktops in the city. We had some salaried employees and some directors that had laptops with docking stations. But so I would say the items that we are seeking reimbursement for have been purchased already related to COVID-19. And what we're doing here is backtracking and asking for a increase in this because we had to use those funds to respond to COVID-19, and now we need an additional amount of money in that agreement to purchase our maintenance for our network hardware and maintenance for primarily our Cisco equipment, our firewalls, or things like that that are integral to keeping maintenance ongoing for security and other reasons. And so that's what this increase will be used for. The COVID-19 funds have been used, and we're seeking reimbursement through the CARES Act to get that. I think we got some money in round one of that. Director Rouch has shared with me recently, and hopefully round two is looking promising, and that's where we'll receive those funds back if approved. If I misspoke, please correct me, Director Rouch.
Thank you for clarifying that, because that's not what I understood. Thank you. Go on, James.
Any other comments? Any questions? We ready to vote? Please vote. Yes, six present. Alderman King, Alderman Milton, Alderman Whitus, Alderman C, Alderman Skanes, Alderman Simmons, all vote yes, for the record. All right. Ready to move on to item number 8. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 5857, an ordinance approving a services contract with Highway Safety Solutions pertaining to repair and replacement of guardrail in various locations, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Have a staff report from Keith Francis.
Mayor, members of the board, this is our renewal for our guardrail contract that we renew every year. I'll try to summarize this. It's with Highway Safety Solutions. We use a cooperative bidding process and obtain our bids off the Greene County Highway Department's bidding process. The total bid or total amount for this contract is $18,000. I recommend approval. Be glad to answer any questions.
You've heard the first reading of Bill Number 5857. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, any questions of Keith? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Anyone in the courtroom wishing to speak to this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Any alderman? All right.
Keith, this says this is funded in our 2021 budget. Is that correct?
Pardon me, I didn't hear you, Larry.
I'm sorry. I believe I'm reading this where it says this has been funded in our 2021 budget.
Yes.
And so the monies won't be spent until 2021?
No, the contract runs through the end of September here, or September the
September 7th. Yeah.
Yes, of 2020 is when this contract ends currently. This contract will start up at the end of that. And we do have the money in our current budget to extend this contract through the end of this year. This basically is to replace any damaged guardrail through the end of this year and through September of 2021.
I see. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
All right, any other comments or questions? Please vote. Six aldermen present, yes 6. Alderman King, Alderman Milton, Alderman Whitus, Alderman C., Alderman Skanes, and Alderman Simmons vote yes. Passes for the record. Item number 9, Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 5858, an ordinance approving an agreement with the Missouri Highway and Transportation Commission for bridge deck repair on Route 65, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Thank you. I have a staff report from Keith Francis.
Mayor, members of the board, this is an agreement with MoDOT, Missouri Highway and Transportation Commission. And the reason for this agreement is they're going to be replacing the bridge decks on Highway 65, the north and southbound, right there at that location on the map. And the reason for it is we have the Sunset Street goes under these bridges. MoDOT will take over ownership of that little section of Sunset Street within their MoDOT right-of-way, their bridge right-of-way, for a temporary time while they're replacing the bridge decks. Then once the bridge decks are finished and replaced, the right-of-way will revert back to the city for normal maintenance, just like we do right now. But they will take care of traffic control during the construction project of the bridge decks replacement, removal and replacement. And we will, work cooperative, with them like we always do on other projects and stuff. But that's what this agreement is for. There's no cost to the city on this or anything. It's just an agreement with MoDOT. Now, one other item I do want to point out, I caught it after the fact, after this was published, and the street that's referred to in this agreement and staff report as Wilshire Drive, that's over in Hollister. And that kind of slipped past me there. It did slip past me.
Yeah, I thought you were coming into my neighborhood with that.
But anyway, those words will be stricken, and I have consulted with Chris, our city attorney, and also MoDOT is in agreement with us to strike through this and initial the agreement so that it doesn't have to go back through the entire process again. So those words will be stricken from this. And Chris, if I said something wrong, please correct me.
No, you did not, Keith. Thank you.
Okay. Be glad to answer any questions and I recommend.
Staff recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't believe we have a motion on this yet, do we? No. All right. Need a motion to approve the first reading of Bill number 5858.
So moved.
Motion been made, second?
Second.
All right. Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak to this matter? Anyone in the courtroom wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Okay.
Keith, do you have an idea? Did MoDOT give you an idea when they're going to do this?
They haven't bid the project out yet. It's getting ready to go out for bid. They was hoping to have the contractor under contract by the end of the year and start early spring, but that's kind of still up in the air right now.
Okay.
But it will not take effect until they start construction, and the contractor will be responsible for all the traffic control on Sunset there. And all.
I'm just worried about the time they do it because we do have 2 parks on either side of that.
Right,
So I just want to
right.
make sure.
Yep.
Safety.
And they were going to do their best to keep traffic flowing under the bridges during all times of construction, but there will be times when they will have to stop traffic if they're working on the bridge decks.
Although we don't have a start date, do we have a duration?
They're thinking around 6 months approximately to remove both decks. And it's not a full deck reconstruction, it's a hydroblasting, they call it, to blast the top scale off the bridges and then redeck them.
Any other alderman? Yes.
That was my question, was duration. So, but we're just talking about that little turnout area, the rocky area beneath the bridge.
Yes, where Sunset goes underneath the bridges.
So it's going to use it as staging area, or?
No, that will all be, there may be a little bit underneath the bridge there, some staging area,
Right.
but there won't be any parking allowed under the bridge, like some people park under there to fish and things like that, you know.
Me too.
Yes, Alderman Simmons.
I just wanted to clarify, the Wilshire and Hollister, there's an alternate route out of that subdivision that they've used before. However, our Sunset subdivision down there is no alternate route. And
That's
for
correct.
6 months,
Yes.
are
that's
they
correct.
guaranteeing us that they will give those people reasonable
Yep.
in and out
Oh, yeah.
in our emergency
Yep.
equipment?
Yep, they have. I have
Thank
talked to them several times concerning that exact item there, yep.
Thank you.
Is there a financial impact to the city?
No, sir, there is no financial.
All right. Ready to vote? Please vote. Yes, 6. 6 present. Alderman King, Milton, Whitus, C, Skanes, and Simmons all say yes. Passed for the record. Madam Clerk, ready to move on to item number 10? Please introduce. Thank you.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 5859, an ordinance approving the contract with Chemtrade Chemicals U.S. LLC for the purchase of operational chemicals used in the city's water treatment processes and authorize the mayor to execute the contract.
We have a staff report from Mayor Mike Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Utilities has purchased a water treatment coagulant product during the current 2020 fiscal year through a contract with Cedar Chem LLC. This product is used to separate and settle sediment and the reduction of organic carbons that are found in source water entering the city's water treatment facilities. After successful results in the laboratory testing and pilot runs of the treatment process, Cedar Chem product was approved. However, under actual conditions, the treatment chemical is not performed to our expectations. This underperformance has resulted in additional costs, and results are also causing potential compliance concerns. A contact was made with Cedar Chem representatives. However, the only solution offered was to purchase enhancement additives to at further additional cost. With no guarantee the additives would work, the staff has canceled the existing Cedar Chem contract under the allowable terms in the document. Staff recommends award of a contract with the next lowest bidder, Chemtrade Chemicals U.S., for purchase of their coagulant product. The Chemtrade product has been used in the treatment process in the past with reliable results. Chemtrade has agreed to honor their bid provided in 2019 for the remainder of this year's contract. and also agrees to hold their bid price for the upcoming 2021 fiscal year. With this commitment, staff recommends award of the contract to Chemtrade Chemicals in an amount not to exceed $68,000 for the complete time period. Funds to cover this expense are included in the current 2020 water and sewer operational budget and the upcoming proposed 2021 operational budget. Staff recommends approval of this bill.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 5859. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second's been made. Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak to this matter? Anyone in the courtroom wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Always.
Alderman King?
How much did we spend with Cedar Kim?
Approximately $35,000.
Okay. And is there any way we can recoup those costs, or is it just they let us down and we have to move on?
Actually, the chemical that we have been using has maintained compliance, but we are getting closer to the limits, and that's why we made the decision to make the change. So the product that we have purchased, although it has cost us more than anticipated, has functioned to this point, but we don't recommend going any further.
And just for my own knowledge and learning and understanding, is this the first time something like this has happened, or is this kind of routine?
It's rare, but there are occasions when, even with field testing and pilot testing, something doesn't work out, and then we'll make a change.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick comment saying, sometimes the low bid isn't always the best bid.
There you go.
That's correct.
All righty.
I just want a real quick question for you.
Okay.
Was this a situation of bait and switch? Did they know that this particular product in advance would not meet the standards, but submitted a low bid anyway? Because to us, it sort of smells.
Right. I do not have any perception of bait and switch. I believe the chemical performed somewhat adequately for a period of time, but when we're dealing with the chemistry and the makeup of water, things change, characteristics change, and if the product doesn't have enough diversity, sometimes it can't capture all the changes in the water characteristics. The Cedar Kim product has a wider diversity, you might say. We have used it in the past, and when you go through different cycles throughout the year, spring, summer, fall, you have different characteristics in your water, and that chemical has always performed well. The indication from this new chemical was that it would do the same, but it did not meet up to our expectations.
I'm just trying to figure out what changed.
From the testing to
Yes.
the actual environment.
That's the only thing I can credit to is the makeup of the water, conditions of the water, the source water from the lake.
Which facilitates another question. What in the world changed with the composition of our water that chemical wouldn't work anymore? I know we've had a lot of flooding, I get that. A lot of sediment, a lot of stuff in it.
There are variances in organic compounds in the water. There are stages that the water goes through. If there's organic matter, algae that may develop, may not develop some years, may develop another. Those organic matters decay and have an effect on the treatment chemicals that you use. And you need a robust chemical to keep up with all the variations.
Okay.
Ready to vote? Please vote. Six aldermen present, 6 yeses. Alderman King, Milton, Whitus, C., Skanes, and Simmons all vote yes. For the record, passed. Ready to move on to item 11, Madam Clerk, please.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 5860, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2020-0087 and reestablishing the annual levy of a property tax for general revenue in the city of Branson, Missouri, a city of the 4th class.
Begin with a staff report from Jamie Roush.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. An amendment, excuse me.
Might be best, yeah.
Thank you. An amendment to the post Board of Equalization calculations. was established and resulted in a rate change for the property tax levy. So we are asking that you approve this ordinance repealing ordinance number 2020-0087 and reestablish the annual levy of a property tax in the amount of 0.6128. And I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, you've heard Jamie's report. Do I have a motion to approve the first reading of this bill?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
There's motion and a second. Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak to this matter? Anyone in the courtroom willing to speak to this matter? Any aldermen wishing to speak to this matter?
What on earth happened?
Well, what happened was after I had brought you the first reading of the property tax, there was an amendment, basically an error in the calculation, as it were. And so it came back to us. Apparently they sent an email. I did not catch that email. I did not know about this until after the second reading of the first property tax. So just in an order to just fix this and move on, we're just asking to adjust this. And it was an error with the calculation of the assessed valuation, I believe.
So when I do the math using the example that was presented in the past of someone purchasing a home for $150,000, originally we would have thought at 0.5688 they would have saved $88 and some change. Now it's only saving at the 0.6128 $22 and some change.
Well, actually, it would be an increase from last year of $7.65 per $150,000 for a $150,000 home. So it will be a slight increase versus the previous rate, and that was due to quite a drop in an assessed valuation figure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Please vote. There are 6 aldermen present. Yes, 6. Alderman King, Milton, Whitus, C., Skanes, and Simmons all vote yes. Passed for the record. This is an item because of timing that needs to be on a second read. Is there an alderman willing to offer that?
Your Honor, I move to read Bill 5860 for its final reading due to time constraints.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Anyone in the council chamber audience wishing to speak to this matter? Anyone in the courtroom willing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to the matter?
My question was previously answered.
Okay. Ready to vote? Please vote. There are 6 present. Yes, 6. Ledger shows Alderman King, Milton, Whitus, C., Skanes, and Simmons all vote yes. Passes.
Thank you.
Now you've heard, I've asked the clerk now to read the final reading for bill number 5860.
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 5860, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2020-0087 and reestablishing the annual levy of a property tax for general revenue in the city of Branson, Missouri, city of the 4th class.
You've heard the final reading of bill number 5860. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak to this matter? Anyone in the courtroom wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter? Sensing you want to vote, please vote. Five aldermen are present. Yes, 5. Responses are Alderman King, Whitus, C., Skanes, and Simmons. All vote yes. 4 votes needed. There are 5 votes yes. Passed. All right. Madam Clerk, we're ready to move on to item number 12, please.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 5861, an ordinance amending the adopted 2020 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies for the General Fund and the Convention Center Fund.
All right. Begin with the staff report from Jamie Roush.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. This is a budget amendment for basically two separate funds, and basically what this is going to do is increase the subsidy from the general fund to the convention center fund in the amount of $225,175, and it's also going to increase the operating fund for the convention center fund by $129,262, and on that one we would use the cash reserve on that one. So basically, the total amount of adjustment needed is $354,437 to increase their subsidy to allow the convention center to be sustainable throughout the year, the rest of this year.
Need a motion? Have you heard the first reading of Bill Number 5861?
So moved.
Got a motion? Got a second?
Second.
Have a second? Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak to this matter? Anyone in the courtroom wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter? I'm sorry?
Lady back here.
Okay. I know I'm moving along pretty fast, so I'm...
No, I don't care. I'm not paranoid. Here. Oops, sorry. Well, I don't understand why they need extra money, because they've had different conventions that have brought in money. So I'm kind of curious why they need this extra money. I know they've had Branson Con and they've had other things. So I just don't understand why you need extra money. And it's all connected with Hilton, is it not?
The the convention center is the city.
Oh, yeah, I can take that out.
Yeah, the convention center is the city. It's in a city fund, and we have the GM from the convention center to be able to help you answer that question. But long story short, just, go ahead, I'm sorry, do you need something?
Oh, you talk city fund. I know the city has lots of funds.
Yes.
Yeah, they get funds from different entities, like the camping park downtown. I'm pretty sure, is it not the same that Whitewater is still owned by the city, and Silver City rents that from them?
Ma'am, what I'd encourage you to do, you're asking questions about operations, and we're really just dealing with a vote for
right,
funds.
But I mean, she's talking about city funds.
But I'd like you to make an appointment with the city, if you would, and we'll come down and we'll explain to you these different funds.
Well, I understand, but she's talking about city funds, but the convention center still has put on different conventions, and they are bringing in income, so I don't understand why they need extra income from the city, from the taxpayers in the city. I don't understand.
That's why we're inviting you to make an appointment to come down and let us explain it to you.
Oh, okay, but we're voting on it right now, that they get these funds.
These particular funds, we're going to vote on the funds for the rest of the year for the convention center.
Right, and that's why I'm questioning them now, because you're voting on it right now to give it to them.
True.
True.
Yeah.
So I'm questioning it right now, but you're saying make an appointment. You're going to vote on it right now.
Right.
They get it or they don't get it.
Because you don't really have any background or understanding right now.
I have a little bit.
Well, you don't right now. And,
okay.
And so
Thank
what
you.
I'm asking you to do is to get some background and information.
Okay, but we're voting on it right now for them to get all this money.
But we have that information. We, the aldermen, all have that information.
No, okay.
All right. And we're your representative, ma'am.
I understand.
Okay?
I get that, but you're voting on all this right now, and you're saying, we're voting on it now, and I can talk to you later about it, but you're already going to release those funds right now.
Mr. Mayor, can I offer some information? This is a bill, so there's actually two votes. This is the first read today. You'll vote, and then it'll go on to consent agenda like we saw today. So that'll give you, ma'am, more than enough opportunity to meet with Ms. Roush or whoever she has in her department responsible for this and get that information before the final vote on this matter. So if you do have concerns, you can come back on that date, ask, as you saw Mr. Green from Lowther and Johnson do. He pulled that item down from the consent agenda, expressed those concerns at that time.
Okay, so this is not a final, you get the money vote?
Correct, ma'am.
First
Okay.
reading.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I thought it was a final. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All righty. We've had a motion, right? Motion on record, okay.
It's back for
Any additional comments? Any aldermen? Please vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Larry.
Connie, I'd like you to sit down and take the time to learn the process that we went through, but I'll assure you, Bill Skanes and I are on the Budget and Finance Committee, and we've been working with the Convention Center for some time, and they've given us a thorough explanation of all the income that they've received, all their expenses. COVID pretty much brought the Convention Center to their knees this year. They've done an excellent job managing it with what little they had. And honestly, the bottom line is there was a shortfall. And so what we're being asked to do is transfer some funds for their shortfall. And it, like I said, it's been through the Budget and Finance Committee, and we're all confident with it, if that gives you any reassurance.
Maybe not. Again, this is the first reading, and we'll have it in 2 weeks. We'll vote on it for final reading. All right. Please.
I think we had another question.
Another question?
I just wanted to make sure I understood the 129,262 coming out of the reserve, that's depleting their reserves. If I understand that correctly, that brings it down to zero?
We had an additional cash reserve in that convention center fund from when the switching over of the management happened. And so we put that amount in a cash reserve fund. They spent, we moved 75,000 of it earlier this year for use, and this is the additional 129,000. So we used the rest of that so that it wouldn't have as much of an impact on the general fund.
Thank you.
That makes sense. Okay.
I got one
That's it.
wrong quick question.
One more. Alderman Skanes?
And it's an excellent opportunity to introduce yourself to the crowd as well that has not had a chance to meet you yet. My question would be, there would not be any other anticipation by you all or our staff to come back to the board for additional money. This is a hard end. This is all you get right here is what we're talking about, right?
I need you to have you introduce yourself. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but hey.
Absolutely.
You are.
My name is Sam Voisin. I'm the general manager at the Branson Convention Center. I've been here about 4 weeks now, 25 years in the business, and there's no place like Branson, I can tell you. So thank you so much for the hospitable welcome. We're in an extremely bad year, obviously, with COVID, unprecedented year, and that's what precipitated this funds request and additional funds requests in the past. Alderman Skanes, our business has been depleted by over 50% of revenue from cancellations or reduced spending. That's a huge economic impact to the city of Branson and the surrounding businesses. From October through the rest of the year, these funds are needed to continue to operate the convention center so that we have 43 more event days to execute, including the Crappie Expo and a lot of other notable events. We've gotten with the chamber to do a little bit of a research study from October to December on economic impact, and we're right at $15 million of economic impact, which is huge for 43 event days. So we have a really good mix. However, it does cost money to run the convention center, from the HVAC, the utilities, et cetera. You're talking over $150 per hour in some cases, depending on the weather outside. So these funds are requested so that we can continue operations to satisfy our commitments for those 43 event days and levy that economic impact we just discussed.
Could you give me just a little more information, because I do appreciate
yes.
The amount that we're down here, roughly 50%. It's a hypothesis, and I'm asking you to reach a little bit. How would you rate us in that compared to New Orleans out of our home state, or Shreveport or other convention centers that are out there that are seeing the same thing?
So I've actually done a regional comparison of venues of similar size in our competitive set, and Branson is far and above beyond doing much better than those. Evansville, Indiana, South Bend, Indiana, Shreveport, Louisiana. Most of these buildings in the region, and I'm on these calls all the time with ASM, of course, but most of these buildings have full cancellations, 100% cancellations due to their state requirements. Some have capacity limitations like Louisiana. Right now, you can only have 25% capacity in Louisiana in any building. That might move up to 50%, but obviously that's an impact to business. If you were to compare it to New Orleans right now, New Orleans is completely shut down for conventions. They have zero economic impact, and that's in the hundreds of millions of dollars that COVID has cost the meetings and convention industry so far.
Thank you for that assessment. I just wanted to know because you interact with these others.
Absolutely.
And sometimes we don't get that information. I appreciate that.
Branson's doing much better than most.
Can you just share what the consequence would be if this were not passed today?
Well, if the board decides not to fund the remainder of the year, we're looking at a loss of $15 million in economic impact. And that is direct and indirect type of impact where jobs lost, taxes not abated, and so on and so forth. That's direct sales taxes that go to the city, as well as, of course, divided up to the counties and state. That will not be realized. You have a 44% return on this funds request for economic impact. It's $354,000 in exchange for $15 million of impact outside of that ledger. And we all know that convention centers make money. They print money for other people, but unfortunately not for itself. So that machine would come to a grinding halt. There may be some legal ramifications with events not being able to be held, and so on and so forth. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, this gentleman? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. We have another speaker? Okay.
Bodie Yeager, South Drive in Branson, Missouri. I live in Ward 1, so I'm in the city limits. My only question to it is that's a lot of money. I understand it's part of the city, but it's how they're getting extra funds. When does the city plan to do anything to help give back to lower taxes for the businesses that are being hurt? Because if we're supposedly a booming city, like our mayor has mentioned in statements.
I beg your pardon, sir. That was on Facebook. I did not make that statement. It is a total lie.
Can anybody confirm? I thought it was through a news outlet.
No, sir. Mr. Cooper is here. He got it off of a Facebook post that a lady said she called me, and I said Branson was booming. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That was an outlie.
Okay, I thought I was reading it off of a media outlet's report, so I apologize. I thought that's what I read it from.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Well, what might have been some confusion is a month or so ago, Ed put in his mayor's minutes that our city was packed. He used the words, "Our city is packed."
Okay.
So he's put that out publicly, but so what he's saying is he never said that city's booming.
Okay, so besides the fact that as far as some other businesses are saying that, oh, we're actually seeing better inflation to our economy and stuff, especially since the mask mandate. Well, if we are having better numbers because of all this, why are we having to put more money into the convention center? Should it not be bringing in a fair amount of money on the events that it's already had? My point being made is they're getting help and extra funds when our businesses in town are, whether you agree or disagree, who knows, because everybody has their own statistics and numbers. Are they getting a tax break from the city or getting other types of kickbacks? You're getting CARES Act, or the certain groups are getting CARES Act money, and is it going to roll back upon any of the other businesses in town?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Connie, I don't think you were here for the first part of the meeting, but the first part of the meeting, a speaker's only allowed to speak one time on an item.
So they say something and
No, you're only allowed to speak one time on an item.
so I need to wait until they say what they have to say?
No, in this particular topic, you've already spoken.
No, I understand. So I'm asking, so I need to wait until everybody has said what they need to say before I have all my points.
Ma'am, I'm going to try to make it as clear as I can. You're only allowed to speak one time on a particular item. You've already spoken.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm saying, to be clear, in the future, I need to wait till everybody says what they say and write down my points, and then
It would be, however you want to do it is your choice, but you're only to speak one time. Right now, you're speaking out of order in this meeting, okay? Thank you.
for that. This is my first meeting, and I'm just trying to understand how it works.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Clay Cooper Theater. Since I was called a liar by the mayor, I just wanted to set
I didn't call you a liar.
Yes, sir, you did. That was an outright lie. Clay Cooper said that.
You
That's
can
what you
testify
said.
to where it came from.
That's what you said, Mayor. You emailed me about this. I emailed you back and gave you the source. And I said, if you have a problem, you need to contact the source that said she spoke to you, and the mayor said, that's the end. So I apologize. The mayor's words were, the town is packed, not booming. There's a lot of similarities there. Thank you.
Back to the topic. Are we ready to vote? Okay.
029 Cliff Avenue. First of all,
They
I'm
have a
looking
name.
at the scenario that you're
We
looking.
need your name and your address,
Richie
sir.
Zates, and I have taken petition.
Your address, sir, please.
1029 Cliff.
Thank you.
You get his name?
Yes, you got my name, Richie Zates, yes. Okay, first of all, this is ridiculous. Your economy is being destroyed because you're wearing masks. You shouldn't be wearing masks. Nobody should be wearing masks in the first place. So what I have with me is evidence of people having medical problems, major medical problems like staph infections. And I have been talking to people. I got over 500 signatures in only a couple days. I was out here on the landing. 90% of the people were not wearing masks.
Sir.
So what I'm saying is this has direct reference to what you're talking about, getting funds to bail out something. But if we would change our policies here, the economy of this town would increase radically. So it all pertains to one issue, and it's right back to the mask again. The masks are destroying the town. People don't like it. I have personally talked to people who have gone in for testing, and when they changed their minds, it was positive. Okay, so this is an issue regarding our economy here. I'm tired of seeing businesses going down the tubes. And I don't think the police officers or anyone else should be demanded to be wearing a mask, which is detrimental and cutting the oxygen supply by 20%.
Sir, I ask you to finish your comment and please sit down.
I am finishing my comment, sir.
Okay.
I do know your friend, Mr. Budnick. He's a dear friend. We prayed to get you in office. I prayed to get you in office, by the way. So,
sir, would you please?
I am making a point, sir.
We'll talk about masks.
I am making a point. The mask is directly incorporated into the economy of this town. When you reverse that and allow us to go back to a situation where it is not compulsory, it is a decision that the person makes. We all know that they do not stop COVID. It says right on the label, does not stop COVID. So if it doesn't stop it from coming in, it certainly doesn't stop it from going out.
Thank you.
And then you don't allow people to wear any face shields, which would keep it out. And a lot of the companies around that are wearing the face shields, their corporations are allowing them to do that, which is blocking out stuff. But you want us to wear this baby diaper on our face.
We've got a section on face mask. You're going right into
We do
where we're
not
going to
want
talk.
the mask.
All right. Please sit down, sir. Thank you. Please sit down.
How much have I had?
Call the question, Mayor.
I got 3. I got 2 more minutes. This is
No,
my...
sir. I'm asking you to sit down or leave the room, please.
They're going to talk about the masks here in a second.
I'm making a comment on the economy of
I'm
this
asking you to
town.
sit down or leave the room.
Give me my rights.
I have given you your rights. I'm asking you to sit down
Mr.
or
Mayor.
leave the room. Yes.
Give me my
Might be a
rights.
good time for a recess.
All right, recess, 5 minutes.
Sir, you left your mask here on the table.
Jeff, you're right.
Reverse the mask.
To the point where we're seeking to vote on the amendment request. Let's see.
Your Honor, we're on the final reading of Bill number 5861. We've had a motion and a second, and we are ready for a vote.
Vote, yes. All right. Please vote. There are 6 aldermen present, 6 yes. Alderman King, Milton, Whitesey, Skanes, and Simmons all vote yes. Passed for the record. Ready to move to item number 13. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 5862, an ordinance extending ordinance 2020-0072 to slow the community spread of COVID-19.
We have a staff report from Chris Labette.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. We are here for the board for an ordinance extending the face covering ordinance that this board passed back in late July. I'm going to start with a little background of some information that was not presented at the study session, and then go on some statistics that have been provided to the city of Branson.
Excuse me, can I object?
Sorry.
Based on your words at the beginning, only people that live in Branson or taxpayers in Branson are supposed to be in this.
This is a staff report, sir. This is one of our members of our staff.
Mr. Mayor, just so there's clarity on that issue, so that we're all on the same page here, under Branson Municipal Code Section 2-75, oral communications. During the proper time on the agenda, taxpayers or residents of the city may speak on an item. However, if appropriate, other individuals may also be recognized by the presiding officer, and I believe the mayor just recognized me. So if I may, sir. Back on August 18th, 2020, Mayor, in a joint press conference with Governor Parson, President Trump's top coronavirus expert and member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, Dr. Deborah Birx, stated that the locations of COVID-19 outbreaks across the country has changed significantly since the spring and is no longer isolated to just the large metropolitan areas. She said this particular outbreak that began after Memorial Day was really a reflection of Americans moving into summer and traveling around the country. During that same press conference, Dr. Birx reiterated the need for masking and social distancing, stating, and I quote, "We need every American and everybody in Missouri to be wearing a mask and socially distancing." She went on to further state, and I quote, "It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you need to wear a mask and socially distance." During that same meeting with Governor Parson, Dr. Birx discussed implementing a statewide mandate similar to the one employed in the state of Texas. And that's where a county requires masks to be worn if there are 20 active COVID-19 cases. Governor Parson, during that meeting, said it was a quote-unquote great model, but did not commit to employing a similar model for Missouri. Instead, Governor Parson indicated that he supports local cities in enacting their own mask mandates and called for more personal responsibility. And I quote, "Just because masks aren't mandated everywhere doesn't mean you shouldn't wear one." So where does that leave us now? Okay, we put this into effect on July 31st, 2020. So what I'm going to start with here, I just have a couple slides on a PowerPoint deck. First thing is we had the opportunity to enter into a data sharing agreement with the Taney County Health Department. They were able to give us data so that we could provide you a simple heat map of where the cases reside in Taney County. And this slide here shows cumulative lab confirmed and, as Ms. Marshall states, probable cases. Okay, and this is from March 2020 through September 3rd. So you can see where these are kind of grouped. This second slide shows cumulative lab confirmed cases. Again, a heat map showing where these tend to show. All right, again, this data, we took data from the health department, our GIS department. Curtis did their magic and presented this to the board. I just want to give you a visual picture of where this is affecting our county. For reference, pro tem's right there, okay? So next, we're going to look at some statistics that have been presented to us by the health department. Before we do, we need to get an understanding of what a moving average is, because that's a very telling vehicle for us to predict trends. A moving average is a simple technical analysis tool to get an overall idea of the trends in a data set and is used for forecasting long-term trends. Used with time series data, i.e. dates, it can smooth out short-term fluctuations in the data and highlight longer-term trends or cycles. A 7-day moving average takes the count for any given day and the counts for each of the 6 preceding days and averages the data together. What this does is it smooths out the peaks and the valleys. It's used quite commonly in the stock market as one example, but it's a common technical analysis tool. At the study session, the board was presented with the previous version of this slide. This is from July 1st, 2020 to September 1st, 2020. You'll notice the mask ordinance is right there, and from that point, the moving average for Taney County declines. The other thing to note, we aren't the only city or municipality in Taney County that has enacted one. City of Forsyth has as well. So one question that comes up a lot is, well, that's because of increased testing or decreased testing, okay? Well, let's put that moving average against positivity rates, okay? Let's take that argument out of the equation. We're seeing the exact same movement. Again, right there is 7/31/2020, and you can see it start a downward trend up until September 1st, 2020. Now, let's talk about the President's Coronavirus Task Force, okay? We've heard quite a bit about this in the news. What's their purpose? The purpose is to coordinate and oversee the administration's efforts to monitor, prevent, contain, and mitigate the spread of COVID-19. That task force is chaired by Vice President Mike Pence, with Dr. Deborah Birx as the response coordinator. One of their duties of the task force is to issue weekly reports to the governors about the current state of the COVID-19 pandemic. You have the August 30 report that was issued with regards to the state of Missouri in your data packet and is publicly available on the website. These were not normally made public, but the Springfield News Leader, through the Center for Public Integrity, obtained a copy of it. It must also be noted that they're also published by the House Select Subcommittee on Coronavirus. So they're out there, you just have to go hunt for them. The reason I bring that up, because again, this is another source. This is the highest source of our government, our president, okay, and his administration. And this is the most telling slide right here. They've identified localities that are in what they call the red zone and localities of what they call are in the yellow zone. What's a red zone? Those are counties that during the last week reported both new cases above 100 per 100,000 population. Again, you're going to adjust it down for the population of the county, and lab test positivity result above 10%. A yellow zone is cases between 10 to 100 per 100,000, and a lab test positivity result between 5 to 10%, or one of those two conditions, and one condition qualifying as being in the red zone. The telling piece here, you will notice Taney County has been identified by the President's task force as in the red zone, and so has Branson. We are number 3 on the list. This is as of August 30th, 2020. So in this report, they also do a little data analysis too. They do a 7-day moving average. This is their 7-day moving average. Again, we're seeing kind of the same forecast, the same trend here. You've got July 31st right there as a peak, roughly somewhere in there, and then it proceeds to step down until where we are at the end of this report. So again, this is a ancillary source that is showing the exact same thing we have been able to determine internally here in the city of Branson. Now, where the rubber meets the road, is this recommendation to the governor. This report contains some very specific recommendations. These are coming from the president's own task force. The big one, and I'm going to read it to you, it's outlined here at the bottom. It says community transmission continues to be high in rural and urban counties across Missouri, with increasing transmission in the major university towns. Mask mandates across the state must be in place to decrease transmission. Since the outset of this pandemic, Board, we have seen the messaging from our state and from our federal government that this should be a locally executed, state-managed, and federally supported response. So that's what we're dealing with here. The feds have made a recommendation. It's up to us, up to you, to decide what to do with that recommendation. The data shows that something is causing a reduction here in our community, and as a result, the staff recommends approval. Thank you. I'll yield the floor.
All right. You've heard the first reading of Bill 5862. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Before we invite people from the council to come forward to speak on this issue, the issue is a very simple one, either to extend or let it die. That's the issue. Please. The issue is either to let it, extend it or let it go, all right? The city taxpayer or resident rule is in place, and we're going to go to a 3-minute rule. 3-minute speaking time only. And the reason is, it's either you're for it or you're against it. So if anyone wishes to speak down in the council, the floor is open.
And be civil, for crying out loud.
Okay. Bill Large, I live at 235 Meadowbrook Lane, Branson, Missouri. I'm against the mask mandate. I'm not against masking. If somebody wants to wear a mask, that should be their choice. However, I've never seen a situation like this in my lifetime where a local government is taking such draconian actions as to tell people that they have to wear a mask. I think it's very important that we understand that the science is all over the place on both sides. But the bottom line is, COVID-19 is not the big bad wolf that everybody has said it is. The attorney, I'm really sad to see that he has only taken the effort to present one side of the story. He didn't give the other side of the story, did he? How about this? 193,000 deaths, supposedly, out of 6,300,000 cases. That's a 0.030. That's less than 1/3 of 1%. And you want a mask mandate or close down the county or the city? I think this gentleman that spoke a little bit ago about the economy and the convention center and how far it's off on money. You think that has anything to do with a mask mandate? I think so. I think it's quite obvious. I'm a businessman. I've been around. I know Branson. I know how Branson is trending, and it sure isn't trending up. This mask mandate has not only caused a lot of problems tourism-wise, but you got a lot of citizens that are going to remember how you guys vote. And, we talk about the Tea Party. Boy, it's really coming down to that. And it's not just Branson. It's all over the country where people are going to start remembering and taking actions based on how we're treated. I'm a sovereign person. I should get to make the choice if I want to wear a mask. This is a joke to me. It does not prevent COVID-19. It's right on the box, and you know it. The bottom line is I've got a good friend of mine. 10 years ago, had a major heart attack, shouldn't be here. 5 years ago, had a major stroke, shouldn't be here. A year later, he had major health problems, ended up in a coma from some colon problems, shouldn't be here. He's got diabetes, doesn't take care of it, does everything wrong, shouldn't be here. However, he was diagnosed with COVID-19, spent 2 weeks in the hospital in Springfield, and guess what? Lo and behold, he's here. In fact, he's doing fantastic. So my point is real simple. If you choose to wear a mask, that's your choice. As an American, that's your God-given right. But it's my God-given right as an American not to wear one if I choose not to. So that's all I've got to say.
Next. You may need to pull that microphone down just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm a little short. It's all
Yeah,
good.
great.
Okay. All right. You ready to go? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Board of Aldermen. As most of you know, my name is Audrey Richards, and I am running against Billy Long to represent Missouri's 7th District in the U.S. Congress. And as a Branson resident, I feel safe since the mask ordinance was implemented. I feel safer. It limits the spread, which we know, as our city attorney said, because the positivity rates and our 7-day rolling case averages have gone down since the implementation. Now, contrary to the initial fear that the ordinance would drive tourists away, 84% of them said it either had no impact upon or actually encouraged them to come here. Earlier today, I was actually in Joplin to meet with a member of their city council. This person chose to spend their Labor Day weekend here in Branson. They actually went to our restaurants, played a couple of rounds of mini golf, and they just had a really good time. Now, the only reason that they chose to come here, that they felt safe to come here, was because we have a masking ordinance in place. Now, this issue is so polarized because we have chosen to make it about politics instead of safety. The loudest voices are often the ones at the polls, and I will admit that there are moments when I too get very amped up and angry and passionate. I see the masking as us protecting our neighbors, and that is something I am very passionate about. But then I take a step back and I listen. I listen to people concerned about constitutional rights. I consider that it is annoying and hot, and mask me is a very big problem. However, I also like to take a step back and kind of take a step toward the middle, try to bring everybody to the table. There are so many exceptions in this bill for things like weddings and funerals, very emotional high and low points in one's life, and that actually can lower the effectiveness of this policy. However, that is part of the compromise, part of sitting here at the table and listening without prejudice. You all listened to the community, understood the realities of the situation, and this legislation has so far been proven to be effective. I disagree with the notion that this is about fear and control. This is about public safety. This ordinance is proof that we here in Branson care about our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey.
All right, good evening once again. My name is Joshua Pope. I live on Nyhart Street. You might as well give me a full-time position here, so if any of you aldermen have staff positions open. I'm gonna give you a bit of a unique perspective here. 2.5 weeks ago, I was diagnosed with COVID. I got off quarantine exactly last week. I have no idea where I got it. I traveled extensively due to family matters, and it can only be my estimation that I got it because of some dumb luck. Everybody who supports this mask mandate knows that these are not 100% invincible. They do not protect you 100%. Nothing does. It does not matter how safe you are, you can still get this virus. I'm not going to oversell and lie to you. It wasn't bad. However, listen to what I say and not that one phrase. Everything in this world is complex and has many pieces and gears holding it together. COVID was not bad for me, but what wasn't bad for me may be very bad for you, or any of your loved ones. I have been fighting several terrible diseases my whole life. I'm type 1 diabetic. I've had spinal tumors removed. I have ankylosing spondylitis, neurofibromatosis, countless things. When I was 12, they took a spinal tumor out of my spine and told me I wouldn't walk. But as soon as I woke up from the ICU, I told them that they would either help me walk or I was going to do it myself. And here I am today. Not everybody has the stubborn attitude and the health that I have. Not everybody hasn't smoked their whole life, is in the best condition. Not everybody is the same, and that is why this virus has such drastic differences for every person that gets it. What for me was an easy fight might be a death sentence for my grandmother on oxygen with non-aggressive lung cancer. Jeff was correct in his statement the last time we had this meeting. I wasn't worried about myself the entire time I had this. I knew my stubbornness, I would prevail. What I was worried every single moment that I had this disease was that my grandmother or my grandfather would get it, or somebody who I went out with before I knew I had it would have it, and they wouldn't survive. I locked myself in my room blocked off the air vents, wore a mask the entire time, used a separate bathroom, everything, cooked in my room in the summer heat to ensure that they would not get this. I used paper utensils. I sometimes didn't eat for 24 hours just to make sure I limited my exposure to them. The mental anguish of the possibility of guilt that I would spread this to my family, my grandmother who would not survive, was beyond anything COVID could have possibly done to me.
You're down to 15 seconds.
Science says that these work. We must press on. We see the data. We show that they are working. We must carry on and not cut it short just because they are working. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Russell Eugenio. I live at 110 Cottonwood in Branson. As a point of clarification, let it be known that I am not an attorney. I'm not a physician. I am not a statistician. I am not a politician. I'm a citizen of the city of Branson. And esteemed members of this council, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for using due diligence and your conscience in the decisions that you make, because the decisions that you have made have changed my lifestyle forever. The mask mandate, ladies and gentlemen, means that I was forced into early retirement. My physician told me I stood a far greater chance of being killed by wearing the mask than I did from COVID, because I'm re-ingesting my own carbon dioxide that should be exhaled, but it's coming back into my system and exacerbated other problems. I was having hallucinations at work because of a lack of oxygen reaching my brain. Now, the physician did offer me a medical exemption to wearing the mask. My employer told me that wasn't good enough and they would not honor it, though it was baked into the law that you passed. And you know what? I understand. How can they say this gentleman that wants to serve you your dinner this evening has an exemption from this abhorrent thing, but the rest of them don't? Are you going to scare away your guests by threatening that I'm going to infect them with something? No, my corporation did the right thing, but now I'm paying the price. Mr. City Attorney gave us some data. The gentleman before me said we need to look at the data. There was one tell in that data, and it was this. They mentioned the potential spread and the areas that were affected by confirmed and probable cases. Cases that we think might be out there, maybe are out there. And they use those as fact to back up their point of view. Now, if you were to test me for polio this evening, I would test positive, not because I have the disease, but because I was vaccinated against the disease as a child. The polio virus lives inside of me. It is now keeping me healthy against that very disease. So all these people that are testing positive with COVID, a good number of them are what's the word? Asymptomatic. You have the disease, but it's not affecting you, and it likely will not be spread to others. Ladies and gentlemen, please temper your judgments with the needs of your citizenry. You have destroyed the economy of this city. You, Mr. Mayor, asked a valid question at one point. What is the fiscal impact of this bill? Ask yourselves now, what is the fiscal impact of your last decision? Many businesses in this city are going under. Mr. Cooper may or may not have a theater next year because he can't support it anywhere. Thank you very much.
My name is Dallin Hughes. I live at 150 Tyler Street. Give me a second to pull up my notes. The information that was provided in the educational meeting that supported this mask mandate provided correlating data, but not data that proved any causation. McDonald County has had a less than 3% increase in cases without a mask mandate. That doesn't mean that masks aren't effective, and it doesn't mean that masks are effective. Taney County and Greene County, Springfield and Branson, and surrounding cities have both mandated masks. Taney County has had almost a 12% increase in the past 14 days, and Greene County, who mandated masks before we did, has had a 62% increase in cases in the past 14 days. This information demonstrates the irrationality of presenting a trend of cases and using correlation as causation to assume that masks are the solution. It is a flimsy argument at best, and seductive, manipulative, and sinister at worst. A principle of good government is that any power that cannot be maintained on the scale of an individual should not be maintained on the scale of any form of government. If I cannot force someone else to wear a mask, I should not have the ability to give anyone else that power, and that includes mandating masks. It is within my power to spread information regarding the efficacy of masks, and it is within my power to encourage the use of them if I find them to be effective, but it is not within my power to enforce the use of them, and it is therefore not within your power to mandate them. Every bit of power any office receives comes from the power every individual is given by God and the rights that they have. Only an illogical and demented mind would use the Jacobson versus Massachusetts argument as substance to tell you that you have a power you don't have, Alderman and Mayor. You can't pull oil from water, so why could you pull the power to mandate masks out of thin air? Thank you.
Are you getting paid for it? Bodie Akers, South Drive, Branson, Missouri, Ward 1. I'm also another citizen of Branson. I want to bring up the great point. This young man over here has been wearing his mask. That is the second person here that has confirmed that they got COVID. They want to be pro-mask and push this, and he is actually immune compromised with all of his health that he's gone through. Unfortunate, and I feel sorry for his circumstances. Guess what? He is still standing here today, even though he is extremely high risk as well as many others. So this isn't necessarily all what it's made out to be. Many are getting through this. We are looking so drastic at the cases versus how many people are actually getting over this, and also our death cases. I emailed many of you aldermen, and I only heard back from a couple. Even though I am a citizen in city limits, I brought up the point that our health director brought up the point that because we're bringing down cases inside of nursing homes, that they are doing a fantastic job. They may be doing their best, but if we are bringing down cases, that is a whole nother argument versus I thought our goal was to save lives from deaths. If you look at our recent deaths in Taney County, the last 9, and correct me if I'm wrong, have been from nursing homes. So for those places that have been strict on their lockdowns, been masking for everybody coming in, they don't allow others to come in, well, how is their cases getting into nursing homes and having the deaths happening there if they have the restrictions that you are aimed at targeting? I would like to know, probably from the health director, probably the best one to answer, what is our delay rate when it comes to infections and the reporting on this? Is it a couple days? Is it a week upon all this? The reason I ask is we have concerns on when the reports are made and how long it takes. I also bring up on a national level, coming from the CDC, if you look back in months past, not just days and a couple weeks, those numbers should be set in stone unless there is a major change or honestly, I don't know why they're adding more death counts to months in the past. I've printed off numerous pages. I would like to share it with anybody willing to look at it. If you look 3 months past, you will see that our deaths have increased throughout the nation.
You're down to 30 seconds.
throughout the nation, and even though it's supposed to be going week to week, why would they not be adding those counts to the current week? But that would give me reason to believe and discourage in their reporting on the numbers. And why are they being added to inflate the numbers of deaths? So are the numbers truly accurate on that level? Last point I want to make is, when did our ideas change on how a mask works? This is a respirator, not just a face covering. You breathe through a filter and you breathe out a non-filter. That's how a mask should properly work, and by saying a face covering actually stops the spread is inaccurate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Carolyn Dieger, 3238 Branson.
You may need to pull the mic down to you a little bit, ma'am.
Well, first of all, I'm not willing to touch anything because it states on Lysol and Clorox wipes that it is harmful to humans and pets. Please wash your hands immediately after touching things like that. My business has plummeted since this mask. I'm into all natural, plant-based products, and not willing to use the chemicals that are out there. Need to get off all the pharmas. Pharmas, they just treat you one symptom, and that leads to giving you another product for another symptom. People need to know what masking is harmful to us. Breathing in this carbon dioxide is not healthy. And what it leads to our face and rashes and other things that by wearing these masks is harmful to our bodies. So people need to just realize what this is doing to us. We need to keep our immunity up by our what we intake, not pharmaceutical-wise. Go all natural and use plant-based products that are good for you and healthy for you. And I just wish you would consider this mask thing as a joke. It has not been, you know, we need to be able to go see our family members in nursing homes. You not have a family member in a nursing home? People have to go into the nursing homes that aren't family members, and they're still getting it. So why can't family members go into nursing homes so they can see their family before they die? So just want you to consider this mask is not stopping the virus, and we need to stand up to it. We need to stand up, we the people, and stop this nonsense. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I think you all know me already.
Please, I need to state your name and your address.
Connie Carpenter, 151 McKinley Court.
Thank you.
Not only has it decreased the business that I work at, I had folks come in, they were very happy to come to Branson because we did not require this. And since then, I've heard a lot of people have decided to cancel their trip to Branson because of this whole mask mandate. On a whole nother separate note, because I have to work to pay my bills, I am forced to wear this lovely little contraption. Okay, for some people, perfectly fine. For others, myself, I'm sure veterans, other people of the community that have suffered different things in their life, unfortunate things. Hate to talk about this. Things that have brought on PTSD, sexual violations to them. This can bring on a whole lot of different anxieties. This keeps them from going out into the world to just live a normal life, to go to the store. This brings on some of those things that they were restricted to, or they were subjected to in that violation of them. And you requiring us to do this, for me personally, Unfortunately, you making me wear this to work, you were making me take anxiety medicine just for the fact of me being able to go to work to try and make a living. Not only the fact of us having to take in the extra CO2, that oxygen that is not good for our system. I ask that you just stop this nonsense. You have no idea what this does to people, not just our rights, but our personal anxieties. And another point, I got 39 seconds. You got family, you got loved ones, you got children, grandchildren, anybody? Somebody that's in a store or outside of a store, they abduct a child or a family member or a grandchild. How are you going to identify them with this on? I've had people, they have no idea who I am wearing this. I can easily cut my hair, get extensions, dye my hair. I can easily change my appearance.
Thank you.
So that's a safety issue as well, and I wish you would take that into consideration.
Thank you.
My name is Jan Delarusso. I live at 1711 Nyhart Street, Branson, Missouri. If you noticed, I kept this down below my nose, and I've noticed a couple of, or one of you have also at times. I don't know how you guys with glasses can see out your glasses. It fogs mine up, and that's why I kept bringing it down, because I want to see your eyes. I'd like to see your smiles. We have hidden our light in this town. We have lost our income because of this. You have a responsibility to the citizens of this town to not pass that mandate. And I'm glad someone thinks that we're getting tourists in here, but I'm telling you, my husband lost his job because the tourists have refused to come into the businesses because they have to wear this stupid mask that does absolutely nothing good for us. I have seen, and I know of, people who have died because of these masks. But I want to tell you something. I don't know one person that has died of COVID. I do know a woman in this town who got COVID in January. She had a house party and all of her family came. It was like a little family reunion. She cooked all of the main meal, sick as a dog. She now realizes that she had COVID, and not one person that ate her food or came to her house got COVID. This is not a pandemic. This was a forced upon America lie to destroy our economy and destroy what the Democrats, I'm sorry if you're a Democrat, couldn't win, knew they couldn't win because Donald Trump had brought this economy back up from the last Democrat that was in office. Please don't pass this mandate. You're destroying Branson. We shop out of Branson because I'm not wearing this mask. I wore it tonight because you asked me to, but I won't be back in here because I'm not wearing this mask. And how dare you go against my constitutional right to be able to live my life freely in this United States? How dare you? And if you pass this again, I will be at the polls come April. God bless you.
Clay Cooper Theater, Branson. And I do want to open with a direct quote from the mayor. A few minutes ago, he told this lady, Connie, the first time she got up, that we represent you. The mayor said that. We represent you. And I'm asking you guys to represent us now. This is a serious situation. These people are way more fearful of their livelihoods than they are of catching this virus. If Bill Skanes had COVID right now, I'd kiss him in the mouth, and I don't even like men.
I do not want to kiss you on the mouth.
I'm just telling you right now. I'm just telling you, I would. Okay?
We're not going there, Clay.
I know that, but I'm just saying, I've been to every one of these meetings. I've been to every one of them, and every time it's been, the first meeting was like 80 people against it, 4 spoke for it. The next meeting, it was like 40 against it, and 6 or 8 that was for it. Every time it's been 97% against. And then I believe one of the aldermen, I think maybe Jeff posted on a Facebook post that the majority that he reached out to were for the mask mandate. Well, those constituents are not people that agree with you, on the back deck. This is the majority. The people do not want this. We're afraid of for our livelihoods. You have an 84% poll that says people don't mind it and they're for it. That depends on who you're polling. You didn't poll none of these people, because that number wouldn't be that high if you did. Okay, polls are only as good as the people. It depends on who you're polling, and you can poll who you want to get the answer you want. Okay, so last week at the study session, Lisa Marshall said something about when somebody brought up the 6%, only 6% really died. She said, well, that was a false report the CDC made. But then later, when the mayor or someone asked her, where do you get your recommendations, or where do you get the bylaws that you recommend these things? She said the CDC. So she contradicted herself in the same statement. We listen to the CDC when we like what they're saying, but if we don't like what they're saying, then we'll discount what they say. Okay, I book about 550 to 600 motor coaches a year into my business. I've seen 3 this year. I don't know if I'll be open next month. I can't solely blame that on the mask mandate. It's a bad year.
You're down to 30 seconds.
Okay, but I have 95 employees that are all worried about their jobs. I'm worried about my job and feeding my kids, and I'm telling you this mandate. If you think people are mean and they're mad and they're irate, this is why. If you want your citizens back and you want people to be friendly and love on each other, get rid of this and the hostility will go away. Please do not extend this. I'm begging you.
Wow. I'll touch it. Hi, my name's Roy Morse. 393 Dandy Way. It used to be Roy Morse. It's Roy Fairchild now. We got married. So I couldn't get all my stuff together real quick because I've been out cutting grass and stuff because we can't make a living at our shows anymore. We don't have enough people in there to pay the bills. Whether it's this, whether it's not, that's a big part of it. What I did want to bring to you is all of this data that was presented. I didn't know Branson was in the red zone. If we are, then we need to put signs out on 65 and the south of here saying, stay out of Branson, we're concerned about your health. If we're in a red zone, how much concerned are we? To stop them from coming, I guess, if that'll do it. What I wanted to share was what I found about 2 weeks ago from an article that hundreds of doctors got together, and it was in the New York Times, which, hey, if it's in paper, it counts, but the doctors count. And the test that's being given, that all of these statistics are coming from, they have proven that these tests, the wave of tests is set at 40. The mandate is 40 for that test. It's too high, they said, because it's picking up every little bitty thing that you can possibly have. It ought to be set at 30, so the real positive things, because the headline said you may have gotten tested positive, but you were really negative. You got to think about this. How many cases? It said in Massachusetts, if the wave that it should have been set at was at 30, that 90% of the tests coming back, Mayor, would have been negative. Then 2 weeks ago, the CDC, our favorite, came out very quietly and said the statistics that we've been putting out are a little bit wrong and misleading. And they said that the actual death caused by COVID is 6%, is 9,000 out of the 153 that we're talking about. Other conditions is laying in there that has enhanced the death, and they will not let that be known. If you've got COVID, you got cancer, you got heart trouble, you got whatever, they're all naming it COVID for some particular reason, whether it's money or political. And I'm telling you, make your decision based on the fact of the real facts, not what fits the political end of it.
You forgot your mask.
Do you mind handing this up there so that they can?
Oh, you can do it.
Okay, thank you. Would you
No,
please
sir.
pass?
Sir, no, you hand it to the clerk over here. Over to the clerk, sir.
Where's the clerk?
Over there.
In the blue.
Would you mind passing this over to them so they can review it?
I'm about ready for a bathroom break, but I can slip in and out.
I spent some time in a war zone. I'm very hyper, so, you know. But listen, I love all of you. We're not.
I need your name and
my
address.
name is Richie Zates, 1029 Cliff Drive. Okay. We love you guys. We're not mad at you. But we don't appreciate you putting these restrictions. When I see little children that are growing up wearing masks, knowing that their cellular division is occurring, that they need all the oxygen they can get. When I see pregnant women because of fear, I lost my best friend who stayed in the house with her mother and was burned to death in a house fire because she wouldn't leave out of fear of COVID. My heart has been broken over and over. I'm begging you to take this thing and get rid of it, abolish it, bring some sanity back to this town. We will support you. I guarantee you, if you gentlemen will make that decision, we will support you heartily. We really, really need to eradicate this device that is nothing more than a restriction on your breathing, 20% less oxygen. I have seen people pass. The things that are occurring, if you open your eyes, you'll know, because I'm getting a lot of data from people. I got over 500 signatures, so I have a lot of data about it. I know of cases where they've gone into test, they changed their mind, and it came up positive. I know of many, many cases where people never had COVID, that $39,000 is a pretty good thing for a check mark. Okay, so we're pleading with you. We're asking you to have compassion on this town, on the people that live here, that put you in office, the people that need to make a livelihood for their families. We're pleading with you to change this course. I don't think even the police officers should have to. I don't think you should be wearing these masks. We know, you know, and I know that it doesn't stop anything. It goes right through. So if it goes through one way, it comes out the other way. Then you've got testimonies of people that have had it and nobody's getting it. So why are we using some insane statistics and we're going on a course that is not healthy for anyone? We have to breathe. I need to breathe. I need to breathe, okay? You need to breathe. I don't want you restricting your breathing. Please, look at this. I've already sent it over there. Would you please take it over to them and let them take it?
We've seen it.
You've seen it,
Yeah.
okay. That's just one case. I've talked to people here that are starting to break out from the mask, that are working at different establishments. Please, out of conscience, because you'll be guilty of all the deaths of people from wearing the mask will be on your head. There is a sowing and a reaping in this creation that we are. God loves you, okay? God loves you. I want you to know that, okay? And we love you. We just want you to change this policy, please. Please do that. Please. Thanks.
You forgot your mask.
I don't usually wear a mask. That's a nice mask. That makes me laugh. That's what I think about the mask.
Right. Any other comments? Any comments from the courtroom?
Your Honor, I think we.
Good.
Mayor?
We have a comment from the courtroom, sir. I called it. Yeah.
Wait.
What do we? Okay, can you hear us okay?
Yes.
You have the courtroom, Mayor.
Right. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Glenn Meyer. I live at 547 Quail Road. On the evening that the mask mandate was first to be voted upon, 4 aldermen stated clearly that they were against a mask mandate. A motion was made for a vote, but instead of following through on that motion and voting, you, Mr. Mayor, improperly stopped the proceedings and dismissed the meeting. You talk about proper procedure, but then you steamroll and ignore the process when you don't like the way things are going. Somehow you magically paused this emergency for 2 weeks, and mysteriously the aldermen's minds were changed and the mandate passed. I have a few questions for you. What justification do you have for stopping the vote and ignoring the rules of order that you say you live by? Did any of you as individuals or the city receive or will you receive compensation of any kind, monetary or otherwise, for passing this mandate? Are any of you doing any research for yourself concerning masks? You're intelligent people. The facts are out. The facts are clear. You're acting irrationally. Something stinks. Mr. Milton, my family and I thank you for sticking up for us and the people of Branson, even in the face of such blatant disrespect shown to you by the rest of them sitting up there in these recent meetings. The rest of you, it's not your job to oversee my health. It is your job to serve the people. Instead, you have done a great disservice to the people by infringing upon our freedom to assemble and to worship at church, to visit our loved ones in nursing homes, and to make a living to feed our families. Mr. Mayor, would you please reach out to your neighbor sitting to your right? I'm sorry, I don't know who that is, with your hand. Because earlier this evening, you yourself took a recess to remove a lady from the chamber for not wearing her mask. Yet at 7:41 precisely this evening, you took your own mask down, the right side of your mask, and you let it hang for a moment while you adjusted your glasses or scratched your ear. I don't know what it was. Yet you are not 6 feet away from him. How do you justify that?
We have 30 seconds remaining, Mayor.
30 seconds.
Chris,
Shame on you for misrepresenting the data. None of that data is relevant without discussing recovery rates and the fact that the vast majority of deaths that have happened were in nursing homes that were locked down and masked. On top of that, all of your data has already been proven false. You're also ignoring the fact that people who have COVID can no longer get it or give it, and better than 95,
3 minutes has expired,
99%.
Mayor.
3 minutes is up?
Yes, sir.
The 3 minutes is up,
Very
sir.
good.
Thank you.
Tell me when the timer starts. My name is Amber Thompson. I live at 113 North Sunshine Street, Branson, Missouri. I represent the Civil Defense Coalition. I've been a citizen of Branson, Missouri almost my whole life, on and off. And I'm here today to request that the councilman and the mayor have some sort of a meeting on a regular basis, I believe, with the people running for politics and people who are being exposed to the media, watching the media on a regular basis while you guys are all at work. And because right now we're facing a sincere fear, and we're really discussing and analyzing the psyche of our current government in place. That includes President Trump, the Center for Disease Control, and the media, even our local towns, who are not exposing this abuse on a higher level and a higher scale. What does a criminal do before they attempt to kill you? They cover your mouth, don't they? So you can't speak, so they can keep your mouth shut, right? No meeting, no public assembly, and it's a form of asphyxiation. If you read the California Forensic Psychologist report, and they've analyzed how people move and their reaction, this is a gateway order, we believe, the mask covering, and it leads to higher orders that could potentially infect us on a much higher and lethal potential assault. We're wondering right now, why is there not a warning label on the mask boxes even when you buy them, just like an alcoholic bottle? They warn individuals of the potential dangers of ingesting alcohol. Why are policemen with guns even running around driving, operating machinery with masks on? OSHA is also a federal organization. Occupational Safety Health it looks into this issue, and they even have fit specialists that before a person's allowed to wear a mask at work, they are actually given health tests, and they find out that even a 2% reduction, in oxygen deprivation, which is a form of hypoxia, causes poor judgment, mental clarity, and they're not even warning people about these masks. How when you drive and operate a vehicle, you can cause problems. What we're especially angry at in the Civil Defense Coalition and these are political activists, why are children at school 99% of the time not wearing masks? Because that hypoxia, again, will set them on a higher level when their bone growth, their body growth is in place, and their respiratory system is developing. This is an extreme form of bullying, and it can lead to lethal death. New York Times, and I'm a limited time to stick to you, but New York Times has posted nationally, and it wasn't exposed well within the media. That's why we're requesting you meet with us. New York Times said
You
that
have 30 seconds remaining.
Amber, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. The Center for Disease Control should be banned. They are no longer recommending that they be used. Protect America First is also a PAC selection committee that is in on this higher level of attack. They said that they're promoting people to become governors, et cetera, who will test for COVID immunity and then, quote unquote, give digital chip certification. We have not gotten a response from Homeland Security or from the media to expose Protect America First. What is it and why are they pushing
Time has expired,
Thank you for your time.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Your name and address, sir.
My name is Dr. Bo Bandy. I'm a chiropractor here in town. I run Victory Chiropractic. I live at 411 Wilson Street. I'd like to appeal to the human side of you guys for a moment. I don't know if you've been paying attention or if you're only listening to one side of the argument. People are being hurt by this mask mandate. Businesses are being hurt. Employees are being hurt. This is affecting everybody in our community. When decisions are being made based on emotion, apparently no amount of science, statistics, or numbers will change a person's mind. So here we are again making very important choices based solely on fear. Here's a question. Why in the world are we asking our representatives for permission to live freely again? When you get right down to it, listening to medical professionals about numbers that have anything to do with health is foolhardy at worst. It's dangerous. You're treading on a slippery slope. Let's get real for a second. Hospitals are not health care. No one ever goes to a hospital to get healthy or to stay healthy. Hospitals are sick care, and they're very good at saving lives in a crisis. But let's get this straight for a change. Hospitals are sick care. True health care is nutrition, exercise, breathing, water, positive mental outlook, and a healthy functioning nervous system. It is critical to take care of our bodies in a natural way and not in an unnatural way. Surely you realize that the people who take the most drugs are not the healthiest. Stop listening to hospital spokespeople when it pertains to health decisions. Let me say that again. Hospitals are not about getting people healthy, because healthy people make the hospitals no money. Stop asking hospitals about health, and especially don't listen to attorneys about health. That is not their area of expertise. It is my area of expertise, though. The death numbers do not come anywhere close to justifying the decisions that have been made during this debacle. Deaths are going down. Masks don't work to protect health. They actually do the opposite. They do work, however, for controlling people. Here's the bottom line. How about you let us live our lives freely again? It has never been my responsibility to protect anyone else's health. What's next? Food police? Am I supposed to knock the McDonald's out of your hand the next time I see you eating it? It's ridiculous that we are even having to talk about this anymore. Wearing a mask this late in the game is like making a husband wear a condom to the baby shower.
Yes, sir.
My name is Tony Aldermen, 827 West Main Street, Branson. So I came here tonight with my wife, who was my combat medic in the Army, and we both trained in nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. And you have to wear a pro mask. Of course, that's really the only thing that's going to protect you in that environment. And so I came here tonight to talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that's something we really don't touch on anymore in this country. The mask has made us unrecognizable to each other, but it's also made our freedom unrecognizable. We're no longer the same people. We're not tackling this head on with courage the way we're supposed to. Now, we get a lot of so-called experts coming out and touting figures and all these things that have been making us afraid. But I can tell you one thing. I trust the people here. I trust the people of Southern Missouri more than I trust the bureaucrats and the politicians. I trust the people to do the right thing, to take care of themselves. And you should too. You should trust your own people to make decisions about their health and about their well-being. You know, we go to war, supposedly, to protect our freedoms, to protect our rights. We're not looking so good these days. You know, I have friends that are buried in Arlington Cemetery, and they believed in the idea of America. They believed that we were a country with God-given rights. And when you have a country on lockdown, you have this controlled demolition of our economy and this transfer of wealth from the middle class to multinational corporations, all based off of these figures that are coming out of Washington. You see the CDC. It even comes out 2 weeks ago and says that the death toll is not exactly what it's supposed to be on paper. It's more like 8,000 the people die with just COVID alone. And you could argue that all day long, but the issue here is liberty itself. We must honor the liberty. We must honor the Constitution, honor each other. That's how we get through this. It's not going to come from a government mandate. Complete safety. You can go to countries that are completely safe. You can go back to Mao's China, completely safe. You can't commit a crime there. You can't own anything there. You can't speak out there, but you're completely safe.
30 seconds remaining, Mayor.
30 seconds, sir.
So as a veteran of 3 foreign wars, I would just like to show up tonight as a business owner here, as a husband to a wife who's hearing impaired from her service connection. I need to be able to make a choice on the mask. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Pearl Haining. My address is 1440 248 Branson. Mr. Mayor, some people have said that those opposed to this ordinance were or are selfish, that we think you should listen to us because we yell the loudest, or that all we care about is money or our rights. This is not true. The only reason we care about our rights is because we care first about our community. The individuals and families that make Branson special, they are what matters. Their right to do what is best for themselves and their families directly contributes to the welfare of Branson. And that is why people like myself continue to advocate for individual rights and against this ordinance. You are proposing to extend this ordinance, claiming that reports of downward trends in positive cases prove its effectiveness or importance. The health department may report a downward trend in cases, yet in just over a month, our county has more than doubled the amount of positive cases it had accumulated in over 3 months before this ordinance was enacted. But nobody's talking about that. If anything, doesn't that statistic contend that this ordinance had the exact opposite effect it was intended to? Mr. Morris recently mentioned that the amount of excuse me. Mr. Morris mentioned previously that the amount of amplification applied to the test using to detect COVID-19, the amount that test needs to be amplified before it can detect the virus is often needs to be amplified up to 1 trillion before there is enough of a virus present to be detected as a positive case. This directly relates to how contagious a person is, yet this number is almost never reported from the lab to the doctor. However, as Mr. Morris mentioned, in a few incidents where that information was obtained, it was found that only 10% of those reported had enough of a viral load to actually be contagious. Apply that number to Taney County, and our numbers of positive cases goes from nearly 1,000
30 seconds remaining, Mayor.
to less
30
than
seconds, young lady. Thank you.
our number. If you apply that number to Taney County, our number of positive cases goes from nearly 1,000 to less than 100. And when you apply that number to Branson's population, you find that roughly 20 Branson residents may have had a contagious level of COVID-19 this year. Based on what I shared just now, COVID-19 may have affected 20 people.
Time's expired, ma'am.
This mass
Time has expired, ma'am. Thank you. I think there was one additional person that wanted to speak in here. Okay, guess not. Any alderman wish to make any comment?
I think he wants to.
Oh.
Damon Rodriguez, 455 Plaza Drive, residence 20 years, Branson, Missouri. Glad to be here today just to kind of support and help out the mass for the community and the people. So I'm a little bit off the phone here and then something else. So who shouldn't wear the mask? Children under 2 years old, anyone has trouble breathing. So you know a lot of the older folks that come this fall and things have trouble breathing. They're going to be paranoid over wearing over the mask. So a lot of things are going to happen with the businesses that's going to have lease and decease of making money. You guys know that. So, I mean, if you care for the people, you care for the community, do the right thing, take the mask away. There's no reason for it. There's a bigger order behind it. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes, which I'm sure some people know as well. But the mask is nothing to do. The CDC even recognized wearing the mask is not possible in every situation. So why are we going to force people to wear the mask in every situation? Whether you're here, you're there, you're in the bus, you're in the station. They say right here, it also can lead to medical emergency on top of what them already doing when they're wearing the mask. So when they wear the mask, some of them can have delusional, paranoia, other things are going to come about. So it's going to cause other people to have other issues and possible heart attacks, all that things going on too. You guys shouldn't be wearing them anyways. You guys know. Yeah, we want to see your beautiful faces, guys. You know? So it's a big nationwide scam. I was on the West Coast making really good money before this hit. I came back home because I was out there right outside Portland, right on the ocean. So, I had a great job. Because of COVID, I came back home. But money's not everything. What we have is basically our faith in God. Because without God, you can't have faith. So let me tell you what, we're definitely under a different tack with the world and different things going on. And I see that it's a bigger agenda, bigger picture with control by little of different things coming on to the community worldwide. So anyways, I believe a lot of people in the audience don't want the mask, right?
Right, that's true.
Isn't it time to demask us? Do we not want to have our freedom?
Sir, you're talking to us.
So I know, but I just wanted to let them know, because, it's good to have a cheer group, but I see you.
Sure it is.
I want you guys to cheer too. I don't see you clapping, and it's true. So, hey, vote for what's right, But I'm going to end it on a little freestyle rap too, because it's talking to you guys,
You got 30 seconds.
As we living in the latter days, everybody's still trying to get paid. Economy may crash, You see the businesses close. People faces bigger government trying to control us. Control your mind, mask your face, lock us down, put you, underground. But, the true thing is going to come back. Jesus Christ is coming back riding on that white horse with no spot or church or blemish. So you got to get ready, because every knee will bow and every tongue can confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, and he died and rose on the third day. So every one of you will confess that, either now or the day or on Judgment Day. God bless you all. Peace.
Yeah. Any aldermen wish to make any comments?
On any of that?
Because we're down to the point where it's either vote or not vote. Are we ready to vote?
Well, I probably have a few things.
Don't take that mask off now.
No, I'm taking it off so they can hear me. Okay. Let's see where to start. I do want to comment, at our study session, I talked to Lisa, our Taney County Health Director, about the questions I had on Camden County versus Taney County. And Lisa, bless her heart, she did some research, and she determined what she heard was 3 primary differences between Camden County and Taney County. Camden County is where Lake of the Ozarks is. And the 3 differences that those that she spoke with said that it was a combination of the number of people going to the lake for those activities tend to be more of those that hang out and socialize with each other. The second one was that Lake of the Ozarks is really represented by 4 counties. I mean, technically it's in Camden, but it's right at the corner of other counties, so that would mislead on the numbers. And the biggest factor was up at Lake of the Ozarks, the majority of their activities are outdoors. And when you have a lot of outdoor activities, some believe that COVID isn't transmitted as much outdoors as it is indoors. And I happen to agree with that. So I just wanted to report that. I had some questions for Cox Hospital representative. And I asked the mayor if we could have somebody from Cox at this meeting so we could address those, and we see how that went. Chris, I'd like to address, would you pull up the charts that you had shown earlier, please? First question is, Chris, did you say you received these from the health department?
We created these in-house. Our GIS department did.
Are they on our website?
Yes.
Okay, great. I didn't know that they were out there. Maybe we could have Melody put out a press release saying we have new information on our site. So if you would go to the next screen. Next screen. This one's talked about an awful lot, and I talked about this at the study session. In fact, Pearl talked about this. And I don't know what Pearl's math was, but this chart, the last chart went through August 24th, I believe. This one looks like it's been updated. Well, the text says updated through September 1st. But it's like any chart. And it was interesting, I'm glad they did update it, because the 7-day moving average line obviously shows a decline. The last 3 data points are showing an increase from that sharp decline. 7-day moving average it's showing that on, I believe, August 19th, There were 7 consecutive days of COVID going down. There's 2 data points pre-mask mandate that each showed that data point was dropping 5 days in a row. When I added up the number of cases from August 1st, the day after we passed the mandate, which was 24 days at that time, and I compared it to the 24 days before the mandate, and Mayor, you don't need to check me on this because anybody can do the simple math. I apologize, I don't have the exact numbers with me. Pearl mentioned this, but as I recall, it was about 250 cases, I believe it was 258 cases for the 24 days before the mask mandate, and it was over 400 cases for the 24 days after the mask mandate. I believe this chart is also a little deceiving because, and Mayor, I did bring some stats to pass out for you. I got them from the Chamber of Commerce website. But it's also no big secret that in the month of July, Branson experiences a lot more visitors than we experience in August. So if we see a decline, I'm wondering if that had anything to do with whatever the number was. Actually, I do have it. Lisa, would you pass these out, please? Thank you. I took the 2018 and 2019 July attendance numbers from the CVB's website from their scout report. So I averaged July for 18 and 19, and the 2-year average was 2,790,000. Actually, it's not the average, it's the total. And comparing it, and then August was 1,000,006, give or take. So we had 1 million people less during this time frame, and several people like to point and beat their chest and say, look at our numbers are declining. Next chart, please. Whoa. We can go to the next one. Chris talks about the president's Corona task force. Now, the president it hasn't mandated masks for the country. I've been listening more to our governor and our Taney County Health Department. And obviously when Chris put this together, not only Chris putting this together, but on all the meetings we've had, the community knows that by choice, this board has been educated by those that are supporting mask mandate, and nobody is giving the opposing point of view. Next chart, please.
Larry, we see all the negatives and the positive. We send them all out.
Mayor, you can't tell me we've had one speaker that you've invited to come to this board to talk about why we should not mandate masks.
We had professionals that would come.
You haven't had one person to give an opposing point of view. Thank you. This chart, or this graph that Chris put up, kind of flies in the face with that previous one with the blue lines on it. This is through August 30th, 30 days after the mask mandate. Well, that graph that was shown earlier saying, look how good we're doing, now Chris is telling us that according to, what's the source on this one, Chris? Is this the president?
Yes, it's his task force.
Okay, so the president's task force has Branson in a red zone through August 30th, and it has Taney County in the red zone through August 30th, and we don't need to go back, but the chart with the blue lines would say that, man, we're really on a downward trend, so I'm not sure how relevant this one is. You want to go to the next chart, Chris, please? Next chart. Here again, this is from the President's Task Force. Next chart. That was it? Okay. So, I do commend Lisa and our Taney County Health Department. I think they're doing an excellent job. I think they do work tirelessly, and from my point of view, I think they should be praised for all they're doing. I'm going to explain why I'm voting no on this extension. I find it hard to believe that this board has more medical resources or experience than the governor and the state of Missouri. The governor strongly recommends wearing face masks. He has put the authority in all the counties and cities to do their own, but he feels that mask mandates are not required for all cities and counties in Missouri. Taney County Health Department strongly recommends the wearing of face masks. At the study session, I brought up the proclamation. Taney County Health Department, their board of directors, have a written proclamation dated last month that says that they strongly recommend face masks and they do not recommend mask mandates. So my question, I scratch my head on this one. I don't know how anybody on this board, they can't feel like they know more than our medical experts. And I don't know that there's anybody that would disagree that Taney County Health Department is our medical experts in Taney County. If Taney County Health Department felt like we should be mandating masks, they would have said that, they would have written it, right? But for some reason, we in Branson, we're not listening to the medical experts. So I'm choosing to listen to the medical experts and maintain the strongly recommended masks for Branson. I'm voting no because this Board of Aldermen, we're not expected to be experts in all fields. I think it's prudent that the aldermen listen to the experts in the fields that we're not experts in. And I believe by recommending masks, I'm following the leadership of the experts that we should be listening to. I'm voting no because the vast majority of Branson residents, employers, and employees have clearly expressed their opinions to me to strongly recommend masks and not have it mandatory. I was asked after the study session, why am I so pro-business? And I wanted to respond to that. It's not that I'm pro-business so the business owner can make more money. I'm pro-business primarily because they are responsible for their employees. Their employees need to pay rent and put food on the table for their families. That's why I'm supporting the businesses so much. Reduced hours and lost jobs will create unintended consequences in our community, and there's many, but homelessness, drug use, mental issues, and crime are going to be unintended consequences as employers are forced to reduce their hours. And I'm sad to say, but the businesses that I've been talking to, they're not sure if they're going to be able to stay in business. And how sad is that? And these aren't just numbers. I've had people sit and talk to me and cry. Men have cried. They've had businesses for 10, 20 years, and they won't be able to make it. I'm voting no because many businesses and employees are begging me to allow each business to have a choice. Ultimately, leave the choice up to the visitors. If a business chooses to enforce mandatory masks and feel that's best for them, let them do that, which is their choice. On the other hand, for businesses who feel that they would be better able to survive without mandating masks, let them choose also. Ultimately, the visitor is going to decide where to spend their money, and those are choices. If visitors choose to spend their money in places that require masks, then businesses will have the choice to require masks. When we look at in Taney County, right, Forsyth is the only other city within our entire county that has mandated masks. There has to be reasons that Nixa chose not to mandate masks, Ozark chose not to mandate masks, Hollister, which is across the bridge, Joplin, which used to have a mask mandate, not only reversed it and took away mask mandates, they had a 4-phase process of going through opening back up their community, and they skipped from they were on step 2, skipped step 3, and went straight to step 4. What do they know, right? I'm also voting no on this because this bill is written to last indefinitely. Was that a groan?
No, back hurts.
This vote tonight is saying that we don't want any more feedback from the community. This board knows what's best for you, and this board will decide when the community has an opportunity to express their opinions in a public forum. I do not agree with that form of governing. We are voted into office to represent our community, and we should want to listen to our community. I want to remind this board we've had 3 public meetings, and at each meeting, the vast majority were against masks. Tonight, we had 18 speakers. 89% are against masks. I don't have those percentages from the other meetings. I can tell you personally, and I stopped keeping track this morning, I didn't add my communications today to the figures I'm going to share because I'd already calculated them, but I have had 531 contacts. Mayor's going to say, where'd you get your contacts from? My Alderman email, my personal text, phone calls, and personal visits. So I know there's others up here that say, I know Jeff said it, that the majority that they hear from are in support of mandating masks. A fair question, I think, and I'm sure when I ask this, I'll get the response. But I don't know why they don't show up at these meetings and say, we support it. Out of the 531 contacts I've had, I know because I keep track, I'm an analyst, I track every single opinion as I did tonight. 38.5% of the people that have contacted me are pro-mask. That leaves 61.5% that are opposed to masks. So as an alderman, I believe I'm representing our community by the fact that the majority that have contacted me, the majority that have come to these meetings are clearly saying we would prefer not to mandate masks and we want to strongly support it. I don't know if it's appropriate, Mayor, and it's probably not. I was going to ask to put the bill back up on the screen to discuss some possible amendments to it. I would surely like to think somebody is going to make a proposed amendment to put a time limit and not have this thing run indefinitely for a couple reasons. One is, when I was talking to Lisa at our health department earlier today, if we're going to pass an ordinance that is indefinite, I think it would be prudent to have some medical definitions in place to say if we meet, if we meet these benchmarks, then we can remove the mask mandate. If we have a certain positive percentage over a certain number of days, if we reach these thresholds, we can remove the mask mandate. If we don't have advice from the medical community to tell us on this board, we believe that the community can remove mask mandates if we reach these specific benchmarks, then what we're saying is it'll be up to the opinions and the feelings of this board of when to remove the mandate. And personally, I can see it going on for some time. Surely we hope we don't have to wait till the vaccines are manufactured and distributed, and but we have to have, I think, instead of you asking Larry Milton, what's your opinion, I think it's prudent to have the experts tell us, tell this board, when we meet these certain positive case percentages, benchmarks, then that would be the time. So I would ask that when it gets time, maybe we'd consider amendment to this for maybe 30 days, get with the health community, have them give us some benchmarks, because the way it's written right now, I think is very unhealthy. I also, if we're going to have any amendments, I'd like to change the signage that we're requiring. I mean, it sounds so cold. I'd like to see when we talk about the exemptions, we talk about an awful lot of groups, but we don't mention churches in there, and I think that would be something we'd want to add in. There's some house cleaning things that I feel are necessary, especially if we move down the road of passing this the way it's written, and it'll be indefinite. And I'll reserve other comments as I hear other opinions.
Oh, you finished? Yeah, okay, finished, all right. Any other comments from any alderman?
No? Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Oh. I passed this out to the aldermen, and the reason I did is the mayor keeps questioning, Larry, where do you get this crazy information? So I only passed out 2 documents. One is on the Taney County Health Department website, under Q&A, questions and answers. First question is current risk of COVID-19 in the area. Blah, 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 blah. The important part is the Taney County Health Department is asking that everyone wear a face covering or mask, follow social distancing guidelines, and stay home if you are sick. The key word is they're asking that everybody wear masks. In a press release that Taney County put out, Springfield News Leader, the last paragraph says, the health department is encouraging Taney County residents and visitors to continue wearing masks, practice social distancing, frequently washing hands, and staying home if you're sick. So Taney County Health Department over and over and over is encouraging us, is supporting wearing masks. Mayor, I'm done.
Are you finished now? All right, thank you. Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, I'm going to take a different part of it. I'm all for this mask mandate, but only 30 days. I will agree with you there.
Thank you.
I don't think it needs to be ad infinitum. I do not like the language. It's somewhat embarrassing when we go to stores and say, please go home. I don't go for that. But I'm going to read you something that gives you a little bit of context, and I'm going to state something that happened because I do talk with a lot of people like Larry does. We don't always agree head to head, but sometimes we do. I ran across a man the other day that was a paraplegic, and he was wearing a mask. And I said, is this an inconvenience to you? He said, no, sir, I can't walk. A mask is very, very minor to me. And it put it in perspective to me that he had unbelievable barriers himself, and he was saying the mask was no big deal to him at all. He felt like it was something that he should be doing in order to help the total good and not looking at the me, and the I, which I constantly hear. But I'm going to throw this back to specifically what the judge said in Springfield when Christy Fulnicki filed her lawsuit up there. The federal judge has denied a request for a total restraining order against the city of Springfield's mask ordinance. It stated in there that her rights were violated by the ordinance, namely the First Amendment, right to practice her religion, the Fourth Amendment, right to privacy. Fulnicki's motion also called the ordinance overbroad and due process clause of the Fifth and 14th Amendments. Judge Harpool issued his ruling after taking the matter under advisement, stating this. He's looking at 4 factors: the threat of irreparable harm to the motivant, the state and balance between the harm and injury that granting the injunction will afflict on others, the probability the motivant will succeed on the merits, and the public interest. He stated in regard
Please
to...
remind your mask, folks.
Yeah. Judge Harpool stated...
Ma'am, you going to wear your mask? Or are you going to get up and go? Thank you. Please put them on properly, too, please. It's what ours is right now. Wear it properly, please. Thank you. All right, Bill, go ahead.
Judge Harpool stated in his regards to the claims of irreparable harm that Shelton's claustrophobia exempted her from the ordinance. He also noted the plaintiff offered no evidence of harm they suffered. The ordinance requiring the plaintiff to wear a face mask at covering is at most an inconvenience for her or any other citizen. Plaintiff has not shown the inconvenience that deprives her of a constitutional right. There is no constitutional right to wear or not wear a mask. The court has already found that. The Supreme Court justice has issued orders back to his local court saying give the cities, municipalities, and the state the broadest scope that you can give to help control this pandemic. However, I digress. He stated in the consideration the balance between harm and injury that granting the injunction would inflict in the consideration of the public interest. He wrote the interest did not weigh in the TRO's favor. He also found that public interest favors the city's ability to take steps to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in the community. That's what this is about. This isn't about individual rights. It's trying to stop something from being spread from one to the next. And then I get people that sit there and just shake their head. This is the truth. This was found by the court to be the truth.
Ma'am, please.
I'm speaking. Thank you. Harpool also cited other cases, including Frank versus City of St. Louis, stated there can be little doubt that the public's interest heavily favors the city's ability to take the steps to prevent the spread of deadly disease. This is your federal judge saying this. Finally, he said it's unlikely the lawsuit would win on the merits, also noting that the 8th Circuit ruling said that even in time of pandemic, there could be curtailing of activities. Even if the ordinance was found to touch the plaintiff's constitutional rights, which the court is not inclined to find, the ordinance would still be lawful during the time the city's faced with a pandemic. I'll stop right there on that. Item number 2, I got a friend named Bucky Hurd who sent me some stuff, and it's very, very important that if you feel that strongly about supporting the theaters, Senate Bill 4258 that's in front of the Senate authorizes the Small Business Administration to make grants eligible to eligible live venue operators concerning the pandemic on certain live venues. The SBA may make an initial grant up to $12 million to an eligible operator. There's $30 billion in this bill. If you can get people in Branson to get out and support something like this, then if Clay's had difficulties from March all the way to December 31st and up to 6 months of the next year, they're eligible to receive money to help him pay his bills. However, it's going to take you all getting on and having a conversation with your senator and your representative. It is Senate Bill 4258. I'll move over. This is a national issue. It doesn't begin and end with the Branson city limits. Vegas is having it, New York is having it, Orlando, Texas. Oh, good Lord.
Please, please, folks, come on.
It's just ridiculous to hear this. Somebody asked me a time, it's the wackiest stuff I've ever heard in my life. I can understand you disagreeing with something, but it is just ridiculous what we're sitting up here hearing. Now, it's not a hoax. It's not against God law.
Please, if you can't be quiet, I will ask you to be removed.
It's not a hoax. It's not against God's laws. It's not unconstitutional. This loss of income, it has nothing to do with the mask. It has everything to do with this virus and what's going on in Texas, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama. University of Alabama's got 2,000 cases there. They're talking about shutting down part of the whole campus there. This is the reality of the situation, that this right here is going to help you in social distancing and washing your hands to take care of all this. And if you don't believe that, well, let's say who said to do this. Let's go over this one more time. Gentleman asked up there two things. Are we getting any money? I don't think any of us up here are getting any money out of that. If they did, I haven't seen it yet. No, I think they said that we did.
Please, please.
Now, research, University of Arkansas, University of Missouri, Mayo Clinic, Texas A&M, UT Austin, MD Anderson, Rutgers, again, the University of Alabama, University of Mississippi, LSU Medical, all make the recommendations to do is exactly what we're making the recommendation to do. And you shake your head, but they are. Therefore, there's more. The president, the vice president, Mitch McConnell, the American Medical Association, MD Anderson, Mayo Clinic, these are major players. The Doctors Association, the Nurses Association, the medical experts out there. I actually got a message and said, don't listen to the professionals, listen to us. Well, when I go have a heart problem, I go to a heart specialist and I listen to what he's got to say. If I've got a lung problem, then I go listen to what the lung doctor is going to say. So what does the Lung Association, the Heart Association, the Leukemia Association, the Lupus Association, the Alzheimer's Federation, what do they do? Wear a mask, social distance, wash your hands. These are a broad scope. Folks, this is not just Branson, and shaking your head is not going to make this thing come or go away. It will not stop at the city limits of Branson. Oh, Lord. The courts, if you go to any court system that's out here, the courts are going to require you to wear a mask. They're not going to play around and ask you, please, like the mayor's tried to do, and others, please wear them right. The judge is not going to let you in. The sheriff's not going to let you in. The court system, all the way down from the Supreme Court to the federal to the local areas, makes you wear a mask. You have to wear a mask. I think this thing is overblown. I think it's political. I think it's because we're not getting any guidance from above at all. That's where it's coming from. I think that the governor has no political will to try to do it, but he will make us undertake these situations that we're talking about to deal with our individual problems we have in the community. We have tamped this thing down. I will not go for much more than a 30-day extension because September's dead as a doornail anyway. I mean, there's just one of the slowest times of the year for us to try to take something on. I've been doing business in this town for 30 some odd years when we had the Engler block. I watched the traffic. I kept the traffic patterns. I know exactly what it was. I was secretary of the tourism district that signed the checks to market this community. I know exactly where the revenue comes from and where it goes from in the particular time of the year. Oh, boy. 79-380 of the Missouri statute states specifically that the municipalities have the ability and the power to make rules and regulations to protect themselves in times of disease and pandemic. This is our particular effort to try to stem this. I think it's a good one. The president says it's patriotic. If you are a Trump supporter and you believe it, the president says it is the patriotic thing to do. However, he will not wear one. God, this is no good. I yield. I'm voting for it. There's no reason to have this conversation.
Any other alderman? Any other comments? Yes, Alderman Simmons.
Yes. First, I'd like to thank Larry and Bill both for doing a great deal of work here and having a lot of facts and putting some time into it. Just a couple of things. I don't want to repeat anything, but just a couple of things I'd like to say. One of them is that we've repeatedly said that the health department has not said to mandate this. Well, the health department doesn't have any, they don't have any way to mandate this. It's not up to them. They don't have the authority to mandate this. They have to depend on the governmental units to do that. They have made the strongest recommendation they could, and that's all they can do. That's the maximum that they can do. Then basically they did that back in June. And we did the same thing from here in June. We asked people and made that strong recommendation. And yet in June and July, we saw the cases on those charts go through the roof. People just did not comply. They did not do it. And I suspect that most of the people sitting here in this room would not wear one. And therefore, you've got a good part of your population that wouldn't be wearing them. And this is not something like eating the McDonald's hamburger. That only affects the guy that's eating it. However, this affects other people, many, many other people. And so I think that we have said, we also said in our study session, if you looked at the study session and watched what they said, then you saw that Jerry Henry had perception. And a lot of our business is based on perception. And the perceptions have changed since the 1st of June. The perception has changed now to where people look for a place to go that does require masks, not a place to go that doesn't.
Sorry.
I'm
Be quiet, please.
Study. If you watched that study, then you saw that's what they said. And I don't know what you say, but I know what the study said, and they had data to back it up. So I'm going to once again, plus this afternoon even, I got two major long-term established businesses here called me on the phone and said that, well, one of them in retail and one of them in entertainment, and said that they had a very good August, that August was much better than June and July, and that they were actually exceeded their last August, although they had more shows then. And then the retailer said that his August
if you can't be quiet,
had exceeded his last year. Now, I know everybody's isn't that way, but that's what those two told me. So there are places that are doing as well as you can do with a problem like we've got here. And to me, this is a long-term thing. It's not a short-term thing. If we can get this down where it's not spreading, and then we can open up. Now, we're not closed here anywhere. We were closed one time. That was terrible. We know we don't want to go there again. Well, this is one of the only things that we can do, actually, to keep from having to go there again. So we, in the long run, we want to be open, and we want to do whatever it takes to stay open. And so I will be voting for this. I know it's not popular, but I've got to do what I think is best for the...
Thank you. Please.
It's not popular.
Mr. Cooper, please. You listen to other speakers, please. This is not a classroom where you hold up your hand and you just talk when you want to.
I haven't said a word ever, but I can't.
Well, please.
You're going against the people, Mayor. Yes, you are.
I'm trying to keep decorum in a meeting, folks. That's all I'm trying to do, so people can speak. Here.
May I keep speaking?
Yeah.
I didn't keep quite as good a track as Larry did, obviously, on his emails, but in the first round, had around 600 of them addressing this subject, and just a little over half of them actually favored masks. It was not 90 to 10% like it has been in here each time, and that was a sample of 600 people who chose to email. And then this time, there weren't near as many people that chose to email. There were, I might have gotten 30, 35 emails, and most of them in the last 3 or 4 days here. And I got a couple of other phone calls beside the two that I got this afternoon late.
Please,
and
sir.
so I believe that the people that have come to these meetings are vastly against them. I don't believe that the majority of the people are vastly against them in the city of Branson.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to ask you to leave because you will not stop speaking out. This gentleman right here in the green shirt. I call a recess. 5 minutes.
That coat time.
Well. We are at the end of discussion in regard to aldermans. Are we ready to vote? Let's please vote. Please. Yes, 5, no 1. Julia King, yes. Larry, no. Jamie, please be quiet, please. I've got to read this into the record, please. Are you finished?
Good
All
Lord.
right.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Julia King, yes. Larry Melton, no. Jamie Whitish, yes. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. Bob Simmons, yes. Passes. Next, go on.
Yeah, it's, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the staff had requested on this a double read.
Yes.
This is set to expire tonight at 11:59.
Okay.
Just want to.
Then I need an alderman to present a motion.
So moved.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Just a moment. To get it on here, there's a statement here. Your Honor, I move to read.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to read Bill number 5862 for its final reading due to the current ordinance expiring.
All right. And do I have a second?
Second.
All right.
Discussion?
Yes, discussion. Technically, you asked for discussion on these. We've discussed. We have aldermen who can discuss now. This would be a time, if you would choose to want to do an amendment, this would be a
Yes, sir.
time.
Yeah, that was a question that I'd like to throw back to the attorney and the city manager. I would like to see this have a date like we had entered into before, like it was September, whatever today's date is, by 12 o'clock.
So right now, we're on the request to do a final read. So if we have a motion and a second on the floor, just for the permission to do
the
a final read.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we have to finish that.
Please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
And if there's any discussion on the final read, that's all we're talking about, moving on to a final read, that's all we're on.
And then at that point in time, we can do.
And then we'll go on when we get the final read on the
Great.
floor, please.
Well,
Thank you.
all right, so at this point in time, this is a motion's been made to do a final read. And if you would like to vote to do the final read, then we can go on to there.
Time?
If all the aldermen could please register their votes one more time to make sure we've got 6 responses. Thank you.
Yes, 5, no 1. Julia King, yes. Larry Milton, no. Jamie Whitish, yes. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. Bob Simmons, yes. All righty. Then, Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this final read?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 5862, an ordinance extending ordinance number 2020-0072 to slow the community spread of COVID-19.
Right. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Second.
All right. All right, at this point in time, technically, the floor is open again for anyone in the council chambers who would wish to speak regarding this matter.
Your Honor, would be the time we would also be able to now to take any amendments as we
And do
were-
what?
I'd like to make an offer, an amendment.
Okay.
And this, I would like to see this have an ending date on it and not leave it open. I agree with Larry on that. I had a previous discussion with the city manager. He thought 30 days was not the right time frame, so I would be open for a suggestion on an ending date for this particular ordinance.
Well, what we can do, again, we're in a situation where we have other islands within Southwest Missouri that have mask ordinances. The biggest island is the city of Springfield. I know it's not exactly 30 days, but their ordinance is set to expire unless extended by their city council on October 14th at 11:59.
I would make ours the 13th because that's a council meeting. When is the next Aldermen's meeting?
And then if we want to go down that path, just for informational sake, we have an Alderman meeting on September 22nd, an Alderman meeting on October 13th, and an Alderman meeting on October 27th.
I would like to see it to be the October the 13th, at the earliest part of October.
The only suggestion with comment on that, Alderman, something to consider is, it is right now 10:02. We may be in the same situation, rush to make a decision on that day. So maybe we want to do the subsequent day just to be safe.
14th?
Yeah.
That would be October 14th.
Okay.
At 11:59.
11:59, thank you.
PM.
Excuse me. Chris, what's the relevance with setting our date with when Springfield expires?
Because the way this thing is going on right now, there's different rules in different communities. We have to try to remain consistent with our neighboring communities. I mean, Forsyth.
We're not consistent with our neighboring communities now.
Hollister,
Go ahead. Let's get this thing.
you're not listening to us anyway.
We're at our point where we're talking.
Sir,
Please.
if I hear any more outbursts from you, then I'm going to ask you to leave, okay?
You got it.
All right.
I've got a copy. We should do it right here.
14th.
If we do it on,
And at that time, we can address the sign.
Yeah.
and then put the date in.
Is there a motion to amend?
So let me just read the specific amendment to help
Okay.
the board. What we're doing is on line 33 of the ordinance, striking such further action is taken by the Board of Aldermen on approval by the mayor. That carries into line 34. And we will replace that with October 14th at 11:59 PM.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
There's a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Any discussion on the motion to amend?
We're getting too far ahead of our
You're good.
clerk.
And just to clarify, the discussion on the floor right now is just to that
Amend.
amendment. We should not be going into any other topic,
Right.
but that specific amendment.
Right. Any comments from the Alderman? You ready to vote on the motion to amend? Please vote. Yes, 6. King, Milton, Whitesey, Skanes, and Simmons all vote yes. For the record, passed, 6 yeses. All right, now we're ready to go to the original vote with the amendment attached. Okay. Madam Clerk, do you need to read an additional item?
No, Your Honor. So we're at the point that we've had a motion and a second. We've had an amendment that has passed that ends this on October 14th at 11:59 PM. This will extend it, till that date. And we are now ready to vote on the bill as amended, and we've had a motion and a second, and we're ready for discussion or a vote, wherever you want to take it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Technically, anyone in the council chamber wishing to speak to the issue at hand, which is a vote with the amended bill. Anyone in the courtroom?
No more masks, I say.
Courtroom.
No more masks.
Sir, please.
You did wrong here today, Mayor. There should be no more masks in this country.
Sir, would you please leave, please? Thank you.
Glad to get kicked out of this place.
Good. All right.
Mayor, I believe we do have one speaker in the courtroom.
Okay. All right.
Courtroom?
Again, the same rules are applicable. 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I appreciate that you gentlemen and alderwomen are looking to secure the health and safety of our community. But there are many aspects to that. And looking only at slowing the spread of COVID-19 is unfortunately narrow-sighted, because this ordinance, while you can definitely say that the situation surrounding COVID-19 as a whole has had a negative impact, this ordinance itself has specifically had a greater negative impact than the months previous. Entertainers in town can report a definite drop in ticket sales and merchandise sales since this ordinance went into effect, because people do not feel safer with a mask. They are less willing to visit with our entertainers after a show and less willing to buy their products. And you can assert that our entertainers are greedy, but they are not. They are looking to feed their families, the staff of their theaters, the staff of our hotels and restaurants. So many people are impacted by this. And this ordinance is directly responsible for that. I understand and believe that you are looking to do the right thing for our community, but you have a choice right now. You can end this ordinance, trusting the residents to care for each other and help to salvage what is left of our tourist season. Or you can extend this ordinance against the obvious will of the community you were elected to represent. And in that, although your duty as aldermen is to ensure the welfare of our community, I know you take that responsibility seriously, but in extending this ordinance, you will be ensuring that the general welfare of nearly every family in Branson declines into all but ruin. And this ordinance will have a direct effect on that. And I am not begging you to do anything, because I, as a citizen of Branson, am
we have
actually
30 seconds
here.
remaining.
30 seconds.
I'm not begging you to do anything, because we are peers. We all love Branson. But I urge you, for the sake of Branson, our community, our people, our families, please do not extend this ordinance for any length of time. Thank you. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
I gotta get you
Let's say one last thing in closing. Again, Sarah Thompson on 3 North Sunshine, Branson, Missouri, the Civil Defense Coalition. I think that the city of Branson, our citizens, deserve a legal right also to know, to have in writing for each of the aldermen that voted for this mandate to continue the mask order, okay, which is a civil rights violation number 1. None of you are physicians, so you do not have the healthcare background or experience or epidemiologist to make a decision to affect our healthcare. Okay, so you're operating out of the scope of your practice. We need like a specific in writing in layman's terms, the specific reasons why you're voting yes for that. Okay. If there's an underlying psychological condition causing you to think you have the right narcissistically to overstep your boundaries, there's a problem, and we will pursue potential. Again, we have a legitimate reason to push for a lawsuit. Okay. Right. And specifically against specific individuals, okay? As an insurance salesman, Ms. Mayor Akers, you know for a fact that a natural act of God cannot be covered on insurance. You cannot control a tornado, okay? You cannot control a disease. This is not the Black Death. This is a flu, and we have proof for you. Like I said, if you guys were more willing to help protect our citizens and had a bigger heart to realize the larger effect of this order, it seems like a small order, but this is not a cultic town. We're a righteous, God-fearing town. We are based on Christian religion with a Christian church in every corner. We do not believe that we have also the ability for you to overstep your boundaries to affect our body and tell us what to do with our health care when you do not have that licensure. So I would respect that heavily if you could put out a reason in writing, specifically in layman terms, why you chose to vote yes, to force people to potentially kill themselves, okay, by forcing them to suffocate themselves with asphyxiation of a mask. And if you really look at the legal writing and legitimate reasons why we're here, we're protecting our lives. You're risking suffocation of individuals who may not even know they've got underlying health conditions. And if you're going to, it's like passing out an alcoholic bottle to babies and to older people, okay, who can't think for themselves sometimes because they have health problems and they've been trained and brainwashed to follow the doctor's orders, haven't they? And we know that alcohol is not good for them.
30 seconds.
And it can affect their, yes, thank you. It can affect their other medications also that they're taking. Because they may have allergies, et cetera, that cause hypoxia or medications. And that mask wearing, but you mandating and saying, I'm like a doctor, I can tell you what to do. No, you can't. Okay? Because again, if you're not putting a warning out there like you would on an alcoholic bottle that says mask can induce serious, lethal, even heart attacks, then there's a problem. There's a serious problem, and you will be under serious, and the media as well, for not warning us and putting a label on those masks. Anywhere you put a sign, you have to say, warning, do not drive or operate with a gun. And you have, I've seen policemen with Branson Police Department wearing a mask while driving with a gun. You're putting each of us in danger. Thank you.
Do we have speakers here now?
We've gone by.
You should go to prison.
Oh, I gotta say my name again.
Go to prison.
Cody Yeager, South Drive, Branson, Missouri, Ward 1. Hi, Ruth.
I'm sorry, we have a speaker now.
All right, I just want to continue on. I am quite bothered. I reached out to a couple aldermen, and anytime I interact with them, and as we can see here, yes, you have a lot of backlash from people that are clearly upset at what's going on, and then you have similar interactions of, oh my gosh, and types of comments. So you, as being public speakers up there, if you want to be better than us and be able to control our votes and what we're supposed to do, you should be better than that. Because we can clearly hear you out there, even though we're speaking up, that's because you're not listening. You clearly said it, that it's obviously not popular that you're passing this mandate. Isn't that what we're after, is majority people that are against it? If you're going to say it's not popular, these people should be out here pro-masking and talking about it. I just don't comprehend how you can keep pushing the efficiency of the mask. If you can go into a dining hall and go eat somewhere, I've heard people have been kicked out or have chosen to leave because others weren't wearing masks. Well, if you go sit down at that table, you that have gone out to restaurants are infecting the server. So I'm not telling you to shut down restaurants, but that's just how idiotic this sounds, that, oh, you should wear masks sometimes and other times it's not going to infect somebody if that's how you believe these masks work. I'm going to keep pressing and keep pushing that homemade masks don't filter. This virus is viral. It's not just through spit particles. If it's through spit particles, then why do we have to cover our nose? I don't think we spit out our nose. And how many of you actually cough and sneeze on somebody? If that's what it is, we need better personal responsibility. This is far beyond personal responsibility. If you're forcing people to wear a mask, if you're telling people they're disgusting and they're not doing a good enough job. It's beyond that. And the idea of what goes into a vaccine, what's the purpose of a vaccine, is to give somebody antibodies. By you restricting people to get this of healthy standards and not building their own immune system and building the antibodies needed to slow the spread of this virus for the healthy individuals, you're basically requiring people to get the vaccine because we're not able to build against it at this point in time. I mean, if any of you want to speak up and tell me that I'm wrong on this, that's how we work through the virus generally, except for those that choose to get the flu vaccine, which doesn't work 100% either. So this COVID vaccine isn't necessarily going to be the cure-all, and then we're going to be in the same type of discussions talking about masks. So I would like you to reconsider how efficient your masks are. When a homemade one is not tested, it is not filtered, and same with the surgical mask. It's used in surgeries to stop large droplets, not aerosol particles that come from a virus. That is why I keep bringing my mask to show you that there are filters that you can get easily accessible that work far better. You can seal it to your face, unlike all yours that are leaking out the sides and not doing any sealing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Forgot your mask.
First time using this thing.
Again, I'm Brian Seitz. I live at 1805 Miller Drive here in Branson, and it does appear that the extended mandate will pass, and I am in agreement with at least the October 14th deadline. So I appreciate at least that caveat. I ask that all residents support Branson businesses, especially those that do not support mask mandates. And remember, like my wife and I did this morning, we can grocery shop in Hollister, we can go to Lowe's, we can have unmasked meals at restaurants in Hollister, and I encourage all present and watching to become involved politically in November and then later on next year in April. Okay, I bless everyone here, and thank you for coming.
Hello, everybody. Once again, my name is Joshua Pope. I live on Nyhart Street. I felt like I needed to come back up here to try and address some of the concerns that some of the people had. First off, the gentleman's math here was incorrect. You do not go by the total cases divided by deaths. You add the total deaths to the total recovered cases, which would make the percentage much higher for a death rate. Reason why I believe that I personally did not pass it to my family. During my travels, I had to help my family move to Fort Worth, or my parents. I believe I possibly picked it up on one of the gas stations. You know, we know that there's a 2 to 14 day incubation period. During that time, I believe I was having it incubating, and the reason why I did not pass it to them was because I did not start showing symptoms until I was at home and able to isolate myself. I can't stress enough the importance of the mental stress and emotional stress of dealing with that possibility of affecting my family. I do want to say that I find it very ironic that all these people are up here vouching for the businesses and their incomes, yet are driving out of their way to support businesses that are not in Branson when we need their income in this time of need, especially. I feel like that is very ironic and self-centered that you would choose to support another business outside of our town when we need it the most, all because they are doing what they believe is right or what you believe is right to protect other people. I also would like to address, I'm not sure if Clay is still here, but I have had some people inform me that he was back there belittling me in my experience during this, and I would like to specifically point out that it's not very manly of him to do, and he should have said that directly to my face. And if he's wondering why his sales are down, I'm sure it is likely not because of the mask mandate, but because of actions like that. And with that, I would like to withhold the rest of my time.
It's going to be the cleanest microphone in town.
Yeah, she's doing great.
I stand up my tiptoes. Hi, Audrey Richards. I live on Buzz Street. I just want to first of all thank y'all for prioritizing the health and safety of Branson citizens. And I don't want to keep us here too much longer, but I actually want to agree with Alderman Milton. I find it very frustrating that our pro-mask crowd has not shown up. Frankly, the reality is I don't want to be here. I don't want to be in a room full of crowded people. I'm very frustrated that I have to be here, but we showed up here. I don't know if Josh wants to be here, but we showed up here because we knew that there would be a vast, majority opposing this present here. And that's why, because because y'all are less afraid of going out of your homes, less afraid of being out in, large groups of people. And I am a fairly young, healthy person, so I'm over here, I'm willing to bite the bullet and come up here and stand in here and advocate for this, because I feel like you guys need somebody to be able to point to in these meetings and say, hey, there are people out there who want masks. And I am one of those people, because I believe that that is, something that helps our community. So I will express my frustration, but at the end of the day, I'm here to support this mandate, and I appreciate y'all doing what you can to prioritize our safety. So thank you.
Are there any more speakers here? I have one in the courtroom, apparently. One in the courtroom. We're now open.
I am not for masks or against masks.
Please identify yourself and your street address, please.
Ruth Denham, Bramble Lane, Branson, Missouri. I'm not for masks. I'm not against masks. I make masks for people that are forced to wear their muzzle. I used to make them to perfection because I thought they actually worked. But after being educated in a very short time after all this nonsense came into play, I just make the fabric ones because they're about as safe as the paper ones that have the warning that they don't work. I'm against mandating, forcing healthy people to wear a muzzle. According to the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials, here's what a state of emergency means and what governors and city leaders declare them. So this is one reason why. Suspension and waiver of rules and regulations and state statutes, if allowed. So we kind of see what the program is here and why you guys are moving forward with this. None of us out here are blind. But I do have something to add, since you do listen to just one side. Did you realize that dead people can get COVID, like that woman in Tennessee? She died 6 months ago, and 4 months ago, her son got a letter stating that she was diagnosed with COVID. But kind of like the dead people that are going to be voting in November. Thank you very much.
Richie Zades, 1029 Cliff. I've been removed and have my rights violated as far as being able to speak.
Did you speak to us before?
I think all of us have spoken to you before.
Mr. Mayor, he spoke and he was ejected from council chambers.
Okay, so you're going to say that I don't have the right to speak about the fact that I have taken 500 signatures out here on the landing from people that were in our city, and 90% of them did not want.
Richie, at the start of the meeting, I gave the guidelines that no person be allowed to speak more than once on the topic. Okay, is that possible?
Everybody's speaking more than once. I have actual evidence that the population coming here do not want masks. That's why they came here. Then they found out they have masks. That's why the numbers are dropping. And you're not even addressing the fact that it says that it cannot stop COVID. So why are you?
Mr. Mayor, the problem is not that he spoke earlier. The problem is he was removed from the meeting by you, and he cannot return to the meeting unless the Board of Aldermen vote to allow him.
That's under Municipal Code Section 2-76. It says any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous when addressing the board, or who interferes with the order and business before the board, and who fails upon request of the presiding officer to cease such activity, shall be barred from further audience before the board, unless permission to continue is granted by a majority vote of the board. Upon instructions of the presiding officer, an individual may be removed for violation of the order and decorum of the meeting. An individual may be barred from further meetings if interrupting the order and decorum of a meeting by the presiding officer. However, a majority vote of the elected board members allows the individual to return. That's again Branson Municipal Code Section 2-76, decorum.
Well, I'm going to put a time limit of 10:30, and then we're going to vote.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a problem if he comes back to have a discussion. I just wish it would be civil and less boisterous, but everybody has a right to be heard.
You have to make a motion to let him, then you have to vote on it.
Ma'am, you would be the last speaker.
My name is Peggy Hayning. My address is 1440 State Highway 248, Branson. And 3 quick points. As far as the effectiveness of the mask is concerned, I've been in stores where people pull their mask down so they can cough. People pull their mask down so they can sneeze. Whereas if they had no mask, common sense would make them sneeze in their elbow and cover that sneeze. Also, my daughter got married this last weekend outside of city limits, where her guests and family were free to show their faces. We had about 2/3, at least 2/3, if not more, of the guests were from out of state. They have been to Branson before and they love this town. They were looking forward to visiting the shops that they love to go to when they come here. When they found out that they had to wear muzzles in order to go into those shops, they said to me, "Be sure you let the city know that we came wanting to shop in Branson and we're taking that money home with us, because that is not how we shop." Third, I was in one of the council meetings. I've been to all 3, 4, whatever it's been that I know of, wherein somebody specifically asked the mayor, and I cannot remember if it was a person from the audience or if it was from the council members, but someone specifically asked the mayor, the wording of this ordinance makes it sound as though we're going to have to carry a card with us if we have a medical condition to prove that we have a medical condition. And you, Mr. Mayor, specifically said, no, that is not what this means. Nobody's going to have to carry a card. Nobody's going to have to carry papers with them to prove anything. This is on the honor system. This will all be on the honor system. I have personally been forbidden to enter stores because I did not have a card to provide to them to prove that I have a medical condition, which I do, but that is information between me and my healthcare provider.
30 seconds, Mayor.
It is documented with my healthcare provider.
30 seconds, ma'am.
It does not mean, pardon?
30 seconds.
And so, Mr. Mayor, I would like you to please, if you're going to continue this, clarify for the stores in this town that there is still some sense of honor in Branson, Missouri, for those people who want to keep their medical information private between them and their medical providers. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from the Alderman? Are you ready to vote, please?
Mayor, did you call for a vote? Okay, I have 4 responses, sir. I'm up to 5. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
5 yes, 1 no. The yeses: Julie King, Larry Milton, no. Jamie Whitish, yes. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. Bob Simmons, yes. Thank you. Passes 5-1. Ready to go to item 14, reimbursements.
Disbursements?
Oh, excuse me, disbursements. I better put my glasses on. I was hoping for reimbursements, but
Yeah.
disbursements. The next item is disbursements from August 7 through 20, 2020 through August 27th, 2020. Are there any questions regarding these disbursements?
Mayor, just a quick comment. I'd like to thank Jamie for keeping these more closer together. Appreciate that.
Do I have a motion to acknowledge the receipt of disbursements from August 7th, 2020
So moved.
to August 27, 2020? So moved.
Yes, sir.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Yes, 6. Julia King, yes. Larry Melton, yes. Jamie Whitus, yes. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. Bob Simmons, yes. Passes 6-0. Then we move into reports time. We begin with Alderman King.
No report, Your Honor.
Thank you. Alderman Whitus.
No report.
Alderman Simmons.
No report.
Alderman Skanes.
No, sir.
Alderman Milton.
I'm tired. No report.
Alderman C.
I'll make it unanimous.
Administrator Dobbins.
I have to break the trend. 2 items, actually 3. First, I would like to recognize Darrell Donathan for being chosen as the Loggers' Hometown Hero. COVID, of course, has interrupted that presentation to him, but he will be receiving his award. I just wanted to let you all know that. Secondly, we are still working with the county on the recycle center. The county told us today they are in the process of getting their side of the legal paperwork done. And once that's done, they will be moving personnel into the recycle center so we can start training them. Secondly, Keith is in the process. I don't want to give you an exact date, but it will be very soon. We'll have the recycle center back open for the community. Next, and I was kind of dragging my feet a little bit. You kind of heard it tonight. We have been advised that we will be receiving some CARE Funds Act from the first round. We just don't have a dollar figure yet, and that's why I was kind of dragging my feet until we actually had a dollar figure, and then the second phase will open. So that's my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Very nice.
My report is that we've spent an awful lot of time. I know that each of the aldermen have spent an awful lot of time doing the homework and the research and doing what they feel is important for them to do to represent their particular wards. There are 2 ward representatives seated up here for each ward, and their primary responsibility is for their ward and then for the overall good of the city. And we thank them for that work that they do and the extra time they spend and 600-page documents that they have to review before we come to a meeting. There's an indication from economic results. It's not where some people would like them, but we originally budgeted for 4 months with no income, not knowing what COVID would do. We're getting better than expected results. It's positive results, indicating that people are spending money in our community. It's spent in different places. Particular areas of the community are up significantly. Some have set records in our community, but it's in different areas. It's moved around because of this whole COVID thing. But I'm encouraged by that. I'm encouraged that we're seeing some people and that we're able to keep this thing at bay so we can stay open and not have another shutdown. That's what we've got to do. We can't shut down again. With that, I'd accept a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second.
That's quick.
Call for a vote.
Push the button.
Yes, 6. The votes are Julia King, yes. Larry Milton, yes. Jamie Whitus, yes. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. And Bob Simmons, yes. Meeting adjourned.
Hey, Julia.
Thank you.
This is really being stirred, folks.
Where are you gonna take us to lunch? Andy's custard, Andy's custard's good too.
You used to be able to tell. Thank you, Chad.
You always say it's hard.